It's another audiobook for you to enjoy. Today's audiobook is Rescue My Heart, which is part of the Men of Fire Beach series, and I know you guys are going to love it, so have a listen.
Chapter 1. Al. Al sighed as she pulled into the parking lot of Fire Dreams. It wasn't that she wasn't excited for Jenny's party, though she didn't know the woman well, but she was tired of attending these events alone. For the longest time, it had been her partner Jordan, attending everything with her. She'd convinced herself they belonged together and were more than partners. But that was before he'd found Cassidy. The beautiful female firefighter had stolen his interest faster than gasoline fueled a flame. And before she knew it, Al was left without her automatic +1. But she couldn't fault Cassidy. Not only was the woman beautiful, but she was nice, too. She was like that obnoxious girl in high school who won everything, but you couldn't hate her because she was so modest and kind. And if Al were honest, Jordan and Cassidy were good together. Better than she and Jordan would have been. Besides, knowing her luck, if they had dated, something would have happened to end the relationship. Then Al would have been left without a boyfriend and without a partner. And if she had to make a choice, she'd rather have Jordan by her side while on the job, even if it meant she had to attend these events alone now. It wouldn't even be so bad if it were just Jordan and Cassidy together and everyone else was stag like she was. But that hadn't happened either. Jordan and Cassidy had been like a romantic catalyst, setting off a chain reaction that sent Cupid flying through the air and shooting everyone in sight. After Jordan, it had been Brody and Tina, then Bubba and McKenna, Graham and Jenny, and most recently, Cara and Cole. Half of those people hadn't even lived in Fire Beach a year ago. So their small group of friends was quickly growing, making Al feel even more like a third wheel. The crazy coupling phenomenon reminded her of a time in college when everyone around her had been getting married and having children. "Don't drink the water," her roommate had said, and Al had laughed and agreed at the time, but now she kind of wished she could drink the water. Or at least that she could taste the water. But the glasses coming her direction were all either empty or filled with sand. It wasn't that she hadn't dated anyone in the recent past, but none of them had been the right one. Well, there had been one that Al had thought was the right one, but it had ended. And while he still made appearances in her dreams occasionally, he never made appearances at her door anymore. So it was obviously not meant to be. Regardless, while she could date, she wasn't looking for Mr. Right now. She was looking for Mr. Right. So she would just have to suck it up and be patient. Her eyes flicked to her reflection in the visor mirror, and she attempted to give herself a pep talk. "You can do this." Yes, she could do this. She could make it through another dinner alone, but she could not hide the trace of sadness that resided in her hazel eyes, like a layer of dust on a long-forgotten book. Too bad it was evening and she couldn't keep a pair of sunglasses on. Still, this was Jenny's night, and no one was likely to notice Al's eyes. Besides, she could fake a smile with the best of them. She was getting pretty good at that. Flipping up the visor, she pulled her keys from the ignition and exited the car. The sun was just setting, sending lovely arcs of reds and pinks across the sky, and Al took a moment to enjoy the image as she approached the front door. This was her favorite time of year, the end of summer when the days were still longer, but the air was just beginning to hint at the chill to come. Squaring her shoulders, she turned from the artistic sky painting behind her. took a deep breath, and placed her hand on the metal door handle. Though the restaurant was closed to the public for the night, the jumbled noise of lively conversation met her ears as soon as she stepped inside. Jordan and his brother Graham, who owned the restaurant, had pulled together several tables to create one long table, and most of their group of friends were already seated around it. Jenny and Graham sat at the head of the table. Jordan and Cassidy sat on Graham's right, and Tina and Brody sat across the table from them on Jenny's left. Bubba and McKenna occupied the seats next to Cassidy, and Nick and Ivy enjoyed the seats across. That left 4 open seats near the end of the table. 2 were for Cara and Cole, who hadn't arrived yet, and one of the other 2 was for Al. The remaining empty seat mocked her as a reminder that she was single. Though in truth, Nick and Ivy were also single, unless they'd started seeing each other, which Al couldn't really fathom. Al didn't know McKenna or Ivy that well, but she chose the seat next to the peppy paramedic in hopes they could at least bond as the 2 single women at the table. "They're going to start needing more tables if we get much bigger," Ivy whispered to Al as she sat down. Al smiled and nodded, but she doubted she would be the one increasing the number anytime soon. Ivy was much more likely to snag a guy. Blonde, petite, and perky, her slight accent was as cute as her smile, and her job was less demanding than Al's, though not by much. It was possible that Nick might be the next to find love. He was also a doctor, but very different from the more serious Brody. In the short time Al had known him, she'd seen him with 7 different women. She decided she had a slightly better chance of not being the final third wheel than Nick did. The door opened behind her, and Cara's boisterous voice filled the room. "Happy belated birthday, friend." Cara was former military, but she still carried herself as if she were active, and she had the voice of an instructor when she wanted to. With a wide smile, she threw her arms around Jenny. Of all of them, Cara knew Jenny the best. She'd offered the girl a room at her bed and breakfast and a new lease on life. "Thank you, Cara. I'm so glad you guys could make it." She turned to Cole. "I know I don't know you well, but I hear that you're staying in town, so hopefully we can remedy that."
Yeah, sure."
Al barely knew Cole, but he appeared uncomfortable being in the spotlight, even for just a moment. His hand tugged at his collar, and his weight shifted just slightly from one foot to the other. After handing off the gift, Cara and Cole took their seats, Cole next to McKenna and Cara next to Al. Al wondered briefly why Cara had chosen to sit next to her instead of next to Cole, but before she could ask, her phone buzzed and danced on the table. Flipping it over, she tapped the message to read it. Her mouth fell open as her eyes scanned the words. She'd expected it to be Captain Stone or someone else from the unit, but she hadn't expected it to be her mother. "Are you okay?" Cara's whisper pulled her back to the present, and Al shook her head. "That was my mom. My sister is missing." At those words, the conversation around the table immediately ceased, and every eye at the table turned her direction.
"What do you mean she's missing?" Jordan asked.
"I don't know what that means," Al snapped. She wasn't mad at Jordan, but the fear racing through her squeezed at her heart. Her younger sister was a handful, impetuous and headstrong, but Al thought she had finally settled down in the last few months. She'd seemed more grounded, focused. "I'm sorry." Al glanced around the table. "I have to go." Jordan pushed back his chair.
"I'm coming with you."
"No, you should stay," Al protested. "I'm sure it's nothing. Nicole probably just forgot to charge her phone, or something, and doesn't realize Mom is trying to reach her.
Maybe, but what if it's more?
Jordan lifted a brow at her. He was the only one at the table who knew Nicole. He alone knew of Nicole's scatterbrained ideas, her lofty ideals that rarely turned out as she planned. Al pursed her lips together as she stared at Jordan. She didn't want to have him leave, but if Nicole was in trouble, it would be stupid to go charging in by herself. Okay, fine. Jordan nodded and squeezed Cassidy's shoulder as he stood.
You guys enjoy the party. I promise we'll keep you informed.
The looks on the faces of their friends had Al doubting if any of them would be able to relax and enjoy the party, which she felt bad about. But if there was one thing this group was good at, it was helping each other out. Let's take my car, Al said, as they pushed open the front door and stepped into the quiet darkness. The sun had completely set, and shadows danced across the sidewalk as the wind blew through the trees. Normally, Al enjoyed the night, the peace it brought, the stillness. But tonight she couldn't help focusing on the other part of the night, the unknown, the hidden, the dangerous.
It's going to be okay,
Jordan said as he pulled the passenger door shut and buckled his seatbelt. Al wasn't sure about that, but she nodded. There was no use getting worked up until she knew more. Nicole's house sat 20 minutes from Fire Dreams with no traffic, and Al pulled into the driveway just a hair past that. Nicole's car was nowhere to be seen.
Did she tell you she was planning a trip?
Jordan directed the question at her, but his eyes scanned the area. Like Al, he was often on high alert, especially when they didn't know what they were going into. No, but I haven't talked to her in a while. Al thought back to their last conversation. It had been about a month ago, and it hadn't ended well. Are you crazy? Posing as an underage person online is dangerous. Some of those people are crazy, and they won't be happy when they find out you misled them, especially if it leads to their arrest. What if they know someone who could trace it back to you? It's worth the risk, Nicole said, folding her arms across her chest and lifting her chin in a defiant manner. You don't see these girls like I do. They reach out because they feel like they have nothing, like no one is there to help them. And when these men are done with them, they toss them away like used pieces of trash. You're wrong. I do see those girls. In fact, Al knew many of them who had turned to a life of prostitution after being let down by men who promised one thing but offered little in reality. She also knew of the other young women who showed up and then were beaten, taken, or killed. That was what she wanted to protect Nicole from, those men who had more than lascivious thoughts on their minds. Then you should know that someone has to help them. Yes, help them. Not pose as them and become a target yourself. Why can't you start a charity or go work with one of the places that already exists? Or maybe go into counseling. That would be the way to really help these girls. Nicole shook her head. That only puts a Band-Aid on the problem. Unless we can stop the issue at the roots, it will always continue. The more of these men I can help put behind bars, the fewer there will be online to lure these girls away. If only it were that easy. Perhaps Al was jaded due to all the crime she saw, but she knew that removing one man would just open up the way for another one to take his place. There would always be men seeking paid sex out there, and as long as there would always be people willing to profit off enslaving someone else. That, unfortunately, was a fault of sin, and it would not go away completely until Jesus returned. I'm not helping you, Al said, returning to the problem at hand. It's not a good idea, and I will not place you in danger. I'm not a kid anymore, Nicole rebutted. I will do this, with or without your help." Had she been serious? Nicole had left that night angry, but Al hadn't really thought she would go behind her back and continue the harebrained idea. "I should have never let it go so long."
"Hey," Jordan said, placing a hand on her arm. "We can't fix the past, so let's just focus on the future."
Al swallowed the lump that was forming in her throat and nodded. If anything happened to Nicole, she would never forgive herself. But Jordan was right. She needed to focus on the present first. Drawing their weapons, they exited the vehicle, taking care to close the doors as quietly as possible. Both paused a moment, listening for any sound of movement, any hint of something amiss before approaching the darkened house. But there was nothing. Using hand signals, Jordan motioned that he would go around to the back of the house and that Al should take the front. With a nod, she gave him a few seconds to make his way to the back before climbing the front steps and trying the knob. It was locked, as she expected, but Al had a key. Keeping her eyes peeled for any sign of danger, she reached into her pocket and removed her keys. A moment later, the front door was open, and she stepped into the darkened living room. The house, like the area outside, was still and quiet. Could Nicole have gone out for the night? Maybe spending the night with a boy? It was not what Al would have hoped for her sister, but at this point, that option would be better than the other scenarios playing center stage in her mind. She flicked on her flashlight and scanned the area, making sure to keep her gun aimed in the same direction. With the living room cleared, she moved on to the kitchen. It too was quiet, and she quickly opened the back door for Jordan.
"Anything?" he asked.
"Nothing yet. No signs of forced entry. Front door was locked too, but I had a key. Living room is clear, which just leaves the bedroom, bathroom, and a few closets." Her sister rented a one-bedroom house, which she often claimed was too small, but Al was thankful for the lack of hiding places at the moment.
"I'll follow your lead," he said.
Al began the cautious walk down the hallway, pausing at the bathroom entrance before swinging into the entry, gun drawn. It too was empty. She turned next toward the hall closet, motioning for Jordan to take position as she opened the door. He shook his head when it too was devoid of anything other than a few jackets and bags. That left only the bedroom, and while also dark, Al could see the door was ajar. The tiniest sliver of light escaped the entrance, probably due to a light from outside shining in the window. With one hand, she pushed the door open further and trained her gun inside. The room was also sparse. Nicole was the neater version of Al. While Al's house was often messy, Nicole's was pristine, and everything had its place. In this case, that meant the bed, which sat in the middle of the room, and the dresser, which faced it from the opposite wall, along with a small nightstand on either side of the bed. Unless someone was hiding under the bed, which she doubted, or in the small closet, the room was clear. When both places were checked, Al flipped on the light and began to scan the room for clues, any sign of where her sister was.
"There's a few empty hangers in here," Jordan said from the closet where he was poking around. "Any chance she took a business trip?"
"I doubt it. She works at a youth center. I'm not sure what kind of trip they would need to take. At least that's where her sister had worked the last time they'd spoken. Though doubtful, it was possible that Nicole had gotten a new job in the last month." Al closed the dresser drawers and moved to the nightstands. Nicole would never have allowed dust, but Al couldn't help but feel that something was missing from the nightstand. She just couldn't put her finger on what. She pulled open the drawer. There were a few books her sister must have been reading inside, but it was what was on top that caught her eye. She pulled the paper out and sank onto the bed.
"You got something?"
Jordan asked from behind her. Al shook her head. I don't know. Maybe. It's a sheet of ways to get involved to help with human trafficking, and Grant gave it to her. Jordan's brow furrowed as he stepped closer to her. Grant? Like your ex, Grant? The same. Maybe it's old, from when you guys dated? It was possible, but it didn't look that old to Al. No, this looked to be fairly new. No creases, no fading, not even the mildest fraying on the edges. Regardless, I think I better have a chat with Grant and find out what he knows. Chapter 2. Nicole. 1 month ago. Nicole gathered her courage and took a deep breath before knocking on Grant's door. It wasn't that she was afraid of him. He had seemed nice the few times she had met him. Granted, she had met him as her sister's boyfriend and not a potential boss, but that wasn't where her unease was coming from. No, it stemmed from the fact that she had no idea what he would say to her request, nor what Al would say when she found out Nicole went behind her back. Probably she would be livid, but Nicole was old enough to make her own decisions, and Al would just have to accept that. Come in. His voice sounded garbled and maybe slightly annoyed as it carried through the door. She hoped she hadn't caught him at a bad time. Nicole pushed it open and approached the cluttered desk. Grant had his nose buried in open case files and random pieces of paper. The image reminded her so much of Al that she wondered again why these two broke up. They seemed perfect for each other. He glanced up as she cleared her throat. Nicole, what are you doing here? She chewed on her bottom lip and placed her hands on the back of one of the chairs near his desk. Nerves. It was just nerves, but she could conquer them, and she could do this. I came to see if I could help. His brow furrowed for a moment, but it was clear from the way his eyes returned to his papers that she didn't have his full attention. Help? With what? She had rehearsed what she wanted to say on the way over, but his reaction blew her carefully planned words away, like dust in the wind, causing her to blurt it out instead. I want to help stop human trafficking. Grant paused his shuffling and finally looked at her, blinking a few times as if unsure he'd heard her correctly. When she said nothing more, he leaned back in his chair and sighed. That's very noble of you, Nicole, but you have to be a member of the police department to work with my squad. Nicole pulled the chair back and sat down, leaning forward to place her hands on the desk. Isn't there anything I can do? I watched this movie once about a woman who posted in chat rooms to lure men. I look young enough that I could do that. Grant shook his head, again reminding her of Al and her quick dismissal. That was a movie, Nicole. It's not the way it works in real life. Didn't Al tell you that? His face took on a hardened expression. Or have you not talked to Al? Nicole shifted her eyes to the floor. Why did he make her feel as if she were back in the principal's office in school? I tried, but she told me it was too dangerous. Well, she was right. It is. He folded his arms across his chest. Especially without the right training. If this is something you're serious about, then you should look into the academy. Get in and go through training, and then we can talk. Training, rules, regulations. Didn't they see how important this issue was? How many more people they could help if they would take in civilian volunteers? She decided to play the humanitarian angle. But these girls I see at the youth center are hurting. Many were trafficked or abused, and I want to help them, but I also want to stop it from happening again. I get it. We all do. But this is a dangerous business, Nicole.
Traffickers make a lot of money doing what they do, and they aren't taken down easily. Look, if you really want to help, get involved with a local church. Speak at the university. There are ways you can educate young girls to help them decipher danger."
He turned and shuffled through a stack of papers before pulling one out and handing it to her.
"Here are ways you can get involved for now."
Nicole glanced at the paper. It was a flyer detailing ways to get involved, but it was just a piece of paper. It wasn't action, and action was what she wanted. However, if she was honest, it was what she had expected. Nicole took the paper, thanked Grant, and left the office. She scanned the paper again. Get involved with a church. She hadn't been in ages, but maybe that was a good place to start. And maybe they could direct her to other ways she could help. Maybe, if she played her cards right, she could still find a way to get involved in the action without Grant or Al's help. There was an older church near her house, so she decided to stop in and see what it had to offer. Chapter 3. Grant, Present Day. Grant Dickson sighed as he pushed his front door closed behind him. His job was never easy, but some days, like today, were definitely harder than others. They'd had a good bust today, but he knew they hadn't caught all the predators. And with the new liberal DA, he also knew most of them would be out soon and facing little, if any, jail time. It was enough to make him want to hang up his hat and find another occupation, one that wasn't undermined at every turn. But then he would remember Mila and know that he couldn't stop. If he didn't do this job, who would? He dropped his keys on the table by the door and headed into the kitchen. As usual, he'd been so busy that he'd forgotten to eat much, and now his stomach was protesting loudly. Unfortunately, a look in the fridge revealed that he'd also forgotten to stop by the store and pick anything up. With a sigh, he grabbed the jelly and the loaf of bread. Only the end pieces remained, but it was better than nothing. Grabbing the peanut butter from the pantry, he laid the ingredients out and began assembling his meager dinner. He was not a fussy, high-maintenance person by nature, but even he knew something would have to change soon. He couldn't keep living like this. Though it went against every ounce of his nature, perhaps it was time to look into a personal shopper or an assistant. Something. With his sandwich assembled, he grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge and padded into the living room. He flicked on the TV with the remote and settled down in his favorite chair. It was nothing special, an old rocker with a plethora of stains and a few tears that he'd inherited from his father. But for some reason, it always gave him a feeling of peace, something he could definitely use on days like today. The news filled his screen, and while he didn't normally watch it, he faced enough depression in his life. He couldn't find the energy to change the channel. The lead story was about yet another riot in nearby Chicago. While he was thankful the rioting had yet to reach Fire Beach, he wondered when the narrative would shift to the 25 million people who were currently being trafficked around the world. Somehow, that seemed to be a topic that no one wanted to confront head-on. Nope, just better to sweep it under the rug and pretend it wasn't happening. Except that it was, on a massive scale. He'd been hopeful when the previous administration had tried to shine a light on human trafficking, and especially on trying to inform the public of the issue more. There had even been a national task force assembled that had managed to shut down quite a few large rings. But unfortunately, when the election changed the administration, the issue fell to the wayside once more. Climate change and identity politics had stolen the headlines again, and the people really getting hurt were forgotten once more. At least the little airtime human trafficking had been given had woken a few people, and they had reached out wanting to help the division. They were severely underfunded and undermanned, but every volunteer helped. Every person who raised awareness through their church, their school, organizing 5Ks and the like was a blessing. But it was the cops on the inside who could do the hard work that he needed even more. Unfortunately, the current political climate had more cops fleeing than joining the profession. His phone vibrated in his pocket, and Grant removed it with a sigh. He often thought of putting his Do Not Disturb setting on when he left work, but he knew he couldn't. His was a job that did not follow a schedule.
"This is Dickson. Grant, we have a problem."
Grant sat a little straighter in his chair, at the edge in Anson's voice. The analyst was generally the embodiment of cool and collected. Little seemed to affect him, so if he said there was a problem, it was not one Grant could brush under a rug.
"What's up, Anson?" "Nicole didn't call today, which is unusual. I've tried calling her, but it goes straight to voicemail."
Grant ran a hand across his weary face. He had tried to discourage Nicole from working with this. It was why he'd given her the flyer in the first place. He'd hoped she would read a little, get involved with a church group, maybe share materials online. But evidently it had done more than that. Not only had she joined a group at some local church that was helping to spread awareness, but she'd begun reporting every suspicious activity she saw, both through church and the youth center where she worked. Not all of them had panned out, but a lot had. Enough that he'd asked Anson to take the lead on her calls. In the last 2 weeks, she had called him every Wednesday and every Sunday night, like clockwork. Grant had wondered if perhaps there was more going on between Anson and Nicole, but he hadn't asked. It wasn't his place, and if there was something going on, Anson would probably be good for her, ground her a bit. However, her not calling in was odd, and her not answering her phone was definitely not a good sign. If Al ever found out, she'd come unglued.
"Can you ping her phone? I can drive by and check it out."
Anson issued a sigh on the other end.
"That's the bigger problem. Her phone isn't showing up at all."
While he knew her battery could just be dead, Grant feared her phone wasn't showing up for a more nefarious reason. What if one of the people she'd reported had found out about her?
"Okay, did she say anything about taking a trip the last time you spoke with her?"
How was it possible for this situation to go from bad to worse in such a short time?
"No, sir. When she called on Sunday, she said that one of the girls she'd talked to worked at Harry's salon, and she was going to try and make an appointment to check the situation out. I advised her not to, but you know how she is."
That he did. Stubbornness must be a family trait that ran deep in the Parker family. He knew from first-hand experience that Al could be just as stubborn. But why did it have to be Harry's salon? The place was a blemish on Fire Beach's reputable business district. Founded a year ago, Grant had felt the sketchy vibe from the start. But the owner was smart. He kept everything on the outside legit and gave them no opening to come in and investigate. Either it really was a legitimate business, or they had found a way to keep their employees quiet.
"Okay, see if you can pick up any chatter on the salon or Nicole. Someone on the streets has to know something, and keep looking for her phone. Hopefully she just forgot to charge the battery, or turned it off for some reason, and we'll hear from her soon." "Yes, sir."
Grant knew Anson had probably started everything he'd just asked for already. He could hear it in the man's voice. But what else could he do? Storming over to Harry's salon this late in the evening would accomplish nothing and might blow someone else's cover. He would just have to hope that Nicole was all right. He knew he had been taking a chance by taking her tips, Not only was she young and a little flighty, but she was Al's sister, and he and Al hadn't ended on the best of terms, though he couldn't remember exactly why they'd broken up now. Still, she'd given information that had helped him complete one bust and save a dozen girls. He couldn't have turned her away after that, even if he'd wanted to. She just would have gone to someone else. Now, he wondered if that's exactly what he should have done. Nicole, 2 days earlier. Nicole, I'm so glad you're here. I have some exciting news and a favor to ask. Nicole chuckled at Maritza's exuberance as she set her bag down for the weekly Stop the Traffic meeting. Maritza had been a breath of fresh air in Nicole's life. After both Al and Grant had turned down her help, she had stopped into the church near her house. Not only were the people nice, but she had met Maritza, who also had a passion for stopping human trafficking. She ran the Stop the Traffic group where women shared their stories and ideas for how to raise awareness. Well, it's nice that someone is so excited to see me. What's the favor? Maritza took a deep breath and grabbed Nicole's hands. Okay, I know it's short notice, but Cindy just got a call that her father's sick. Nicole blinked at her friend, not understanding why her friend seemed so happy about such horrible news. I don't understand. Oh, I'm sorry. That came out wrong. I'm not excited that her father is sick, but it means that she won't be able to attend the mission trip with us, and I was hoping that you would take her place. Nicole opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, Maritza continued. I know it's last minute, but Cindy can't get a refund, and she wanted someone to take her place. You have so much passion, and I know you would have a good time. Do you think you could get time off work? Maybe, but aren't you guys leaving tomorrow? Yes, first thing in the morning. We'll meet here, and then I have a shuttle meeting us to take us to the airport. You have a passport, right? I do, but I don't know if I can get coverage this quickly. Nicole had wanted to see Paris when she graduated from high school, but unfortunately it had never panned out. However, it had given her a passport, one she had yet to use. Let me call my boss and see. Maritza dropped Nicole's hands to clap her own together. Oh, I hope she says yes. I just know you would be the perfect person. We're going to help build a school, and we'll get to talk to the local girls there about the dangers of trafficking. I know it's not quite the action you were looking for, but it is something. Nicole chuckled and shook her head. Okay, it sounds amazing. But first let me see if I can even take the time. A week, right? Maritza nodded. Yep, I wish we had more time, but a week off work is all I could get. But don't worry, I plan these once or twice a year, every year. Now, go call. I'll cross my fingers she says yes. Okay, I'll be right back. Nicole pulled out her phone as she stepped into the hallway to make the call. She had no idea if her boss would agree, but she hadn't taken time off since she'd been on the job, so maybe. Fire Beach Youth Center, this is Becky. How can I help you? Becky, it's Nicole. Listen, I know it's short notice, but I just got invited to fill a vacant spot on the mission trip I was telling you about. It leaves tomorrow morning, though. Is there any way that I can take the next 7 days off so I can go? Let me check the schedule. There was a shuffling of papers from the other end of the phone, and Nicole held her breath as she waited for Becky's response. You're in luck. It looks like we were overscheduled this week anyway. I was going to have to shorten everyone's hours, but you just solved that problem. Nicole could not believe her good luck. Thank you so much, Becky, and I'm glad it works out for everyone. Me too. Have fun, but come back safe, okay? We need you around here. I will, I promise. We're just helping build a school and talking to the local women. Seems pretty safe to me. Nicole ended the call and rushed back to tell Maritza the good news. A few other women had matriculated into the room by then, including Misty and Gail, who were also going on the trip. I can go. You can? Oh, that's so great. Let's hang around after the meeting to discuss last-minute details. Hopefully Shiloh will show up by then. Yeah, where is she? Gail asked, glancing at her watch. Gail was soft-spoken and caring, but she wore the weight of her past on her shoulders. Not that Nicole could blame her. Late, like always, Misty said, rolling her eyes. I'm not even sure how she's affording this trip. Misty, on the other hand, was a little rougher around the edges. She blamed it on her ex, but it struck Nicole how differently the two women handled the adversities in their lives. She's been working odd jobs to earn the money, Maritza said, playing the peacemaker as usual. And I think we should give her a break. She's working hard to redeem herself. Misty rolled her eyes, but Nicole had to agree. Shyla was just the type of woman they were all trying to help, the kind that had been lured to the streets in the first place, so she was willing to give the woman all the grace she needed. As more people entered the room, Nicole returned to her seat, excited to get the meeting going, but even more excited about the trip. She had so much to do, and so little time to do it. Chapter 5. Al, Present Day. Al took a deep breath before throwing open the door to Grant's office. She hadn't been here in months, but the small room looked exactly the same. Much like her own space, piles of paper filled the desk, creating a disorganized look, though she knew, like her, he would know exactly where everything was. Do you want to explain why my sister has your flyer in her nightstand drawer? Al held up the sheet of paper and watched the color drain from Grant's face. It's not what you think. He held up his hands and shook his head as if afraid she would jump across the desk and attack him, and he wasn't far from the truth. If he didn't have a very good explanation, she might need someone to restrain her. You don't even know what I think, so how about you just tell me why? Grant sighed. She wanted to help. A new bout of anger burgeoned in Al, and she narrowed her eyes at him. Tell me you didn't, Grant. I didn't. As much as I could use the help, she's not trained. Look, I gave her the flyer hoping she would share images, posts. Feel like she was helping without getting into anything dangerous. Unfortunately, she's a lot like you. She joined a group at some church and did some research on her own. Before I knew it, she was calling in tips, and some of them worked out, so I had Anson take her calls. That's all it was until Sunday. Sunday? What happened Sunday? Al could feel her body tensing, ready to throw a punch or whatever object was readily available, whatever she had to do to get answers. Grant sighed again and ran a hand through his hair. First of all, I didn't know anything about it until last night, but I guess she told Anson she was going to check out Harry's salon. Harry's salon? The words exploded out of Al's mouth, and for a minute she wasn't sure she wouldn't crawl across his desk and strangle him. You know that place is shady, Grant. Why would you let her do that? Did you miss the part where I said I didn't know until last night? Al folded her arms across her chest and fixed him with her fiercest glare. And that's the other thing. If you were going to take her tips, why weren't you the one dealing with her? Why did you pass her off to some other cop? Just like they had when they dated and she'd done something to annoy him, Grant's eyes narrowed, giving him an annoyed, squinty look. First of all, Anson is not just some other cop. He happens to be a great cop and an amazing analyst.
but he's not the issue here. Why don't we talk about the real issue, like why you didn't help her when she came to you?"
He had her there, and like a balloon, all of the anger deflated, and Al sank into the seat. "You're right. It is my fault. I should have taken her seriously and tried to find a safe way for her to plug in, and now she's gone." Grant ran a hand across his chin, and Al thought of how she used to do that, how his stubble always tickled the pads of her fingers and chafed the corners of her lips. She shook her head. Walking down memory lane with Grant was not an option right now. Or ever, for that matter. He'd made his position clear. Thankfully, he began speaking again, allowing her to focus on his words and not the memory of his kisses.
"It's not your fault either, and now is not the time to lay blame. Look, I'm headed out to the church she was attending to see if they have any information. If they don't, I'll look into Harry's salon. I promise."
"Then I'm coming with you." Grant opened his mouth to reply, but before he could, the phone on his desk rang. His eyes shifted to it as if he knew he should answer it, but wasn't sure answering it in front of Al was the best bet. She folded her arms across her chest and glared at him. There was no way she was leaving yet, especially not if whoever was on the other end had information about her sister. With an exasperated breath, Grant picked up the phone.
"Dickson here."
There was a pause as the person on the other end spoke, and then Grant's brow arched.
"Are you sure? Okay, I'm on my way."
"What is it? Did they find her?" Al's questions flew from her mouth before Grant had even replaced the handset completely.
"No, but Anson said her car is in the church's parking lot. It could be that she just got busy with something and didn't realize her phone was dead."
"I'm coming with you." He shook his head as he grabbed his jacket from the back of his chair.
"Al, this isn't your case."
"She's my sister, and I'm coming with you." They exchanged stares for a minute before Grant relented and nodded.
"Okay, come on, but I get to do the talking."
Al issued a terse nod in agreement, but there was no way she would remain silent if Grant didn't ask the right questions. As she slid into the passenger seat and buckled her seatbelt, her mind flashed back to the last time she'd been in a car with Grant. It was the night they'd broken up, when he'd told her he wanted a family but couldn't marry a cop. Al wanted a family too, but not immediately, and she couldn't understand why he didn't think she could do both. After all, he planned to remain on the force even after he married, so why couldn't she? He'd had no answer, and with tears threatening to spill out of her eyes, she had told him it was over and run into her house. Shaking her head to clear the thoughts, she focused on the view out the window. Now was not the time to walk down memory lane with Grant. She needed to focus on finding Nicole before it was too late.
"Remember, I do the talking,"
Grant said as they pulled up in front of the church. He turned off the car, but waited for her to acknowledge him before opening the door. "I remember." Al forced herself not to growl the words. She would follow his lead, for now. The church was an old Spanish-styled building that reminded Al of pictures of the Alamo from her history books growing up, on a much smaller scale, of course. The adobe was faded and bleached from the sun, appearing more beige than whatever color it had once been, and the sign hanging over the door had definitely seen better days. Other than proximity to Nicole's place, this church looked as if it had little to offer. So why had she ended up here? Grant paused at the door and shook his head.
"This place could use some attention. Maybe I'll see if some of the guys would volunteer some hours and paint."
"I'll ask my department, too." The thought of helping out with the church had never occurred to Al, but Grant was right. They could do a little and make a big difference. Was that what Nicole had been doing? Or trying to do? Grant pushed open the door, and Al followed him inside. The interior of the church was not large. It opened into a small greeting area with the sanctuary just ahead, a few tables to the left, and a hallway to the right. A few people sitting at the tables glanced up at them as they entered, but for the most part, their entrance was without acknowledgement. Grant turned right toward the hall area, but before they reached the first door, a short man with a bald head and a square chin stepped out of a doorway and approached them.
"Welcome to La Familia Church. What can I do for you today?" "I'm Detective Dickson, and this is Detective Parker. We're looking for the person in charge here."
The man pulled back his shoulders in an attempt to increase his height, and therefore his presence.
"I am the person in charge. My name is Miguel Moreno. How can I help you?" "We were told that Nicole Parker has been helping out at this church."
Miguel's eyes lit up, and his lips pulled into a smile.
"Yes, Nicole has been a wonderful addition. She has such a desire to help." "Yes, well, her car is here, but she's not answering her phone. Can you tell me when you saw her last?" "Of course. I saw her Tuesday evening. We had a special prayer meeting for the women before they left." "Left? Where did they go?" "They went to Panama on a mission trip."
"Panama?" The word exploded out of Al's mouth before she could stop it. And though Grant flashed her a warning look, she could not keep quiet. "What mission trip is this?"
"It was a trip to work with a mission there. They were going to help build a school and also share awareness on human trafficking. The woman in charge of that group organized it."
A look of confusion covered Miguel's face, as if he couldn't see what the big deal was. Concern creased the space above Grant's eyes.
"Can you tell us how many women went and when they left?" "I believe there were 5, including Nicole. She took the spot last minute, but I have the names of all who went somewhere in my office. If you'll follow me."
He turned and shuffled back toward the doorway he had appeared from, motioning for Al and Grant to follow him. His office was much like the rest of the mission, small and lacking. There was only his desk, chair, and one other seat available in the room that was barely larger than a closet. A few books sat piled on one end of the desk, and an ancient computer took up most of the other side.
"Please, have a seat."
Miguel motioned to the solitary chair as he rummaged through a stack of papers in the middle of the desk.
"Ah, here it is. Yes, 5. Nicole took Cindy's spot because she had to attend to a family emergency."
Grant held out his hand.
"Do you mind if I take a look?"
Miguel glanced up, and for a moment Al wasn't sure he was going to hand the papers over. But the hardened look on Grant's face must have been enough to convince him.
"I'm not sure if I should be sharing personal information." "We'll keep it confidential. I can get a warrant if you'd like, but I'd like to avoid that if possible."
Miguel shook his head and handed the papers to Grant. Al stepped closer to read over his shoulder as he scanned the paper. Sure enough, Nicole's name was on the list, as were 4 other women. She tried to commit the names to memory: Maritza Gamboa, Misty Ramirez, Shyla Marone, and Gail Weatherby. Casa de Familia, is that the mission? Do you have their number? Miguel's brow furrowed.
"I might have it somewhere, but it would take some time to find it. Maritza set this up as she is from Panama and was familiar with the area. I do have her contact information around here as well, but she said she would check in by email." "Have you received confirmation they got to the mission okay?" "I hadn't checked my email today, but there was nothing last night. I figured they were worn out from the flight."
His confusion changed into a look of concern.
"Are they in trouble?" "We don't know yet. Nicole's phone is going to voicemail and she hasn't returned any messages we've left. So we're just covering all the bases. Do you mind checking to see if you have an email?" "Of course."
As if the severity of the situation had finally hit him, Miguel turned on the ancient computer, and Al pursed her lips together to keep from yelling. It wasn't his fault his computer was slow, but every second felt like a knife in her side. If Al had just listened to Nicole, would she even be on this trip?
There is no email. I would have expected one by now. Thank you for checking.
Grant pulled a card from his pocket and placed it on the desk as he stood.
Will you do me a favor and call me if you hear from Maritza or Nicole or any of the women? Of course. I hope they're okay. Me too.
Al's mouth dropped open as Grant headed for the door. That was it? That was all he was going to do?
You coming?
Unsure of what else to ask Miguel, Al sighed and followed Grant out of the office. You aren't just letting this go, are you? She hissed in a quiet voice.
No.
He kept his voice low as well as he glanced around.
We're going to follow up with the mission in Panama, but I wanted to do it somewhere else, away from any listening ears.
Listening ears? Did that mean he thought someone here was involved? Had she missed something? She waited until they were in the car before resuming her questions. What are you thinking? This mission trip seem legit? Grant tapped his hands on the steering wheel and inhaled deeply before facing Al.
It could be, but something feels off to me. The question is whether it was done at this end or the other end. Let's see if they made it to their destination.
He pulled out his phone and tapped the screen a few times before placing the phone to his ear.
Hello, this is Detective Grant Dickson with Fire Beach PD. Can you tell me if a group of women from La Familia Church made it to your mission yesterday?
Al's breath caught as she watched Grant's expression. For a moment, there was nothing, but then she saw it, just the slightest tensing of his jaw, and she knew.
Have you alerted the authorities?
Another pause. This one seemed to grip her throat, and she pulled at her collar to try and loosen it.
Yes, thank you. I'll follow up.
He hung up the phone and turned to Al.
The woman at the mission said the van they sent to get the group never returned. They've contacted the local authorities in Panama. We need to see what we can find out about Maritza Gamboa and the others.
Al closed her eyes and pursed her lips together. This was one of her worst nightmares. Growing up, she'd always felt the need to watch over Nicole. The girl had always been a little too trusting. But Al hadn't wanted to squash the trait completely. The world needed people like Nicole, people who looked for the good in everything, but she also needed her sister. As much as Nicole drove her crazy sometimes, she could not imagine life without her. Even the last 30 days of barely talking seemed stupid and petty now. Do you think one of them set this up? Grant ran his fingers across his forehead, something she'd only seen him do once or twice before when stress overwhelmed him.
I don't know, but I'm not taking any chances. It could be any number of possibilities, and we should follow through on all of them.
Al turned a stony glare on Grant. You shouldn't have encouraged her to keep reporting tips. Grant's lips pursed, and Al knew he wanted to retort, but unlike their last fight, this time he took the high road.
You know I couldn't do that, Al. I have to follow up on every tip, because every tip is someone's sister, or mother, or daughter. Look, we can't change the last month, but what we can do is work together to find her, and the rest of these girls. I have a contact in Panama who can help us. Can you get cleared from duty for a few days?
Cleared from duty? Even if Stone told her no, which she didn't think he would, she would turn in her badge and go anyway. There was no way she was leaving her sister alone out there. What are we waiting for? Chapter 6. Nicole. 12 hours earlier. Nicole followed Maritza and the other girls off the plane and into the Tocumen airport in Panama. She was surprised by how modern the interior was. It was her first time in Panama, but she'd had a stereotypical belief that it was more like the poorer parts of Mexico than what she was used to in the States. how wrong she'd been. From inside, there was little difference between this airport and the one in Fire Beach. Both hosted an array of shops and eateries, and the crowds traversing the interior were also similar. The one difference she could feel, though, was the humidity. It hung in the air like an invisible veil, making it harder to breathe and sending a trickle of sweat rolling down her back. She lifted her damp, limp hair off the back of her neck in an attempt to give it some life and cool herself, but both failed miserably. "Did you really grow up here?" she asked Maritza. Young and spunky, Maritza had a passion for the issue of human trafficking as well. Not only did she head the Stop the Traffic group at church, but she'd started a group at the local university as well. "I did. The heat is not so bad once you get used to it." Maritza flashed a wide smile and motioned for Nicole and the others to follow her, presumably to the baggage area where they could claim their few pieces of luggage. They had all packed lightly, as the trip was only a week long, and Maritza had assured them the mission they would be staying at had laundry facilities. Nicole just hoped the mission also had a way to charge her phone or access to email. She'd meant to send off an email to her mother, Anson, and Al before going, so they wouldn't worry. But in the rush and excitement of packing, she'd forgotten, and now her battery was dead. Evidently, she'd forgotten to charge it as well. Al probably wouldn't even notice she was gone. The two had spoken little over the last month. But her mother called every week, and she would worry if Nicole didn't pick up. As would Anson, since the two of them had begun speaking on a regular basis. At first, it had just been so Nicole could pass on any tips she saw. But they'd struck up a friendship somewhere along the way, and their once-a-week call had turned into two. Nicole hoped it might eventually turn into more than a friendship, but she had no idea if Anson felt the same. "I should have packed lighter clothing," Misty said, using a magazine to fan herself. "Me too." Nicole ran through the few items she had brought in her mind. She had a few pairs of shorts and some lighter tops, but maybe she could purchase a few things here that would be even better. If the airport was any indication, shopping in Panama would be better than she'd thought. The baggage claim was just spitting out their luggage when they reached it, but it only took another 10 minutes or so to get all of their bags, and then they were following Maritza out of the airport and into the even more oppressive heat outdoors. "Shouldn't someone be here to meet us?" Gail asked, pulling on a strand of her hair. Gail was the quiet one in the group, but it was no wonder with her story. She'd lost her entire family a few months ago, but she'd turned her pain into wanting to help others. Nicole found her faith admirable. "Yeah, my contact said they'd send a van from the mission." She scanned the area before pointing to a van just pulling into the circle. "There, I bet that's our ride." As the van approached, an uneasy feeling erupted in the pit of Nicole's stomach. There was nothing particularly sinister about the van itself, but suddenly the whole situation felt very much like many of the after-school specials she and Al had watched as kids. "Why is there no logo or company name on the side?" She trusted Maritza, but years of listening to Al, and recently to Anson, about the dangers most people didn't realize or recognize, had the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. "I don't know. Maybe money. The missions out here don't have the same access to money as churches back home," Maritza said with a shrug of her shoulders, as if that explained everything. Nicole wasn't sure it did, but she pushed away the uneasy feeling. Maritza had been nothing but nice to her, and if she'd wanted to hurt the girls, why drag them all the way to Panama to do it? Besides, missions did generally work on donations. Maybe they really didn't have money to spend on something like a logo when their money could be put to better use on other things. The van pulled up to them, and a dark-haired woman stepped out of the passenger door. Are you the women from La Familia? Maritza stepped forward. We are. Are you Brita? I am. Sorry I'm late. The traffic was a nightmare. I meant to meet you inside. She reached into the van and pulled out a handmade sign that read, Welcome to Panama La Familia. That's okay. Our plane landed a little early, but it's the thought that counts, right, girls? Maritza turned and smiled at Nicole and the others, who nodded and agreed. Though Nicole smiled back, her smile felt forced. Something didn't feel right to her, but she wasn't sure what. Probably it was just her worry about her unsent email, and all the years of Al feeding her horror stories and telling her to always keep her eyes open. Okay, well, let's get you inside and back to the mission. I'm sure you'd all like to clean up after that flight. She pulled open the side door and motioned for the girls to get in. Nicole shuffled to the back of the line, unsure if she should follow the girls or politely refuse. But she had nothing to ground her fear in. It was just a feeling. And Brita looked nice and harmless. A little harried, perhaps, but harmless. Besides, what would she do if she didn't go with them? She supposed she could stay at the airport and try to book a flight back, but she had no idea what that would cost. The realization that she might have placed too much faith in Maritza hit her. But what could she do now? With a sigh, she handed over her bag and climbed up into the van, hoping she hadn't just made the biggest mistake of her life. Chapter 7. Grant. As Grant pulled back into the station, he turned to Al. You don't have to be there for this part. Why don't you go clear leave with Stone and I'll call you when our flight is booked? Al's lips mashed together, and she shook her head. I know you're trying to protect me, but even if the women Nicole went with turn out to be criminals, I need to be there. I won't be able to focus on anything until I know she is okay. Please, let me help. Grant admired her bravery. It had been one of the things that drew her to him when they first met. Al wasn't a tall woman at only 5'5", nor was she overly muscular. But she had this inner strength that radiated from her like a light. All right, let's go. Anson looked up as they entered, and then stood, as if unsure what he should be doing. Grant appreciated the kid. He was amazingly talented. But sometimes his social skills were as lacking as his taste in attire. The gray and black checkered sweater vest and charcoal slacks were woefully out of style. At ease, Anson. We have some names we need you to look up. Absolutely. As soon as he sat behind the computer, Anson morphed into a different person, confident and commanding. Even the dark-rimmed glasses that normally slid down the bridge of his nose seemed to know they should stay in place when his fingers touched the keys. Okay, first is Misty Ramirez. Grant had written all of the women's names on a paper as soon as they left the mission. His memory was good, but he wanted to be sure he didn't miss any of them. As Anson began typing, Grant grabbed the portable whiteboard and wheeled it closer. Across the top, he listed all of the women's names. When the clacking behind him halted, he turned to see a woman's face on the screen. Misty Ramirez, 23, unemployed. It appears she moved here a few months ago with a Colin Friedman. Anson's fingers flew over the keys again. However, it appears they may have broken up, because his address does not appear to be the same as hers any longer. Get me his address anyway. Maybe they were still in communication. Grant scribbled Colin Friedman's name under Misty's and drew a question mark to represent her address. And find out everything you can on him. Roger, send his address to your phone already. Who's next? Grant glanced at the name he'd scribbled next to Misty's. Shyla Marone. More clacking filled the air, and then Anson let out a sigh and leaned back. You aren't going to find much on her besides an old arrest record for prostitution. Seems she got out about a year ago and went clean. Joined the church. Volunteers.
Appears to be a model citizen, but I'll see what I can find out about her past."
Barely missing a beat, he jotted a note to himself on the tablet beside him before asking,
"Who's next?"
Grant was amazed at not only how talented Anson was, but how efficient as well. The man could switch gears faster than anyone Anson knew.
"Gail Weatherby."
Anson typed the words in and scanned the screen as images filled it.
Whoa, Sadness 101. She's had a rough couple of months. First, cancer took her mother. Then, just 3 months later, her husband and daughter were killed in a drive-by shooting. She survived.
Al's hand flew to her mouth.
"Oh my gosh, that's awful." "Yeah, seems she went off the grid after that happened. I have an address, but it looks like the payment is behind. In fact, it's going into foreclosure next week."
Grant added the information for Gail, and then Nicole, and then stepped back to study the commonalities.
"Okay, last one. Maritza Gamboa. She's the one who organized the trip." "Maritza Gamboa. Seems she moved here from Panama a few years ago. She's got a pretty small footprint. A social media account, but she's pretty active about mission work. This is her 3rd mission trip."
Grant added that information to the board and then scanned the pieces again. He did not like what they were telling him. Al appeared next to him, her face somber.
"You think they've been taken?"
"I do. There's been no word of a plane crash, so we have to assume they made it to Panama. Perhaps the van just had a flat tire or a minor accident, but I think the driver would have found a way to reach out to the mission there if that were the case. The fact that they haven't heard anything leads me to believe some group intercepted them. There are a few rough cartels that run out of Panama and the nearby areas."
"Grant, we have to stop this. We have to go to Panama."
"I know, but we can't just show up in Panama flashing badges. There's a process."
"A process?" The words exploded out of Al's mouth with more force than he'd thought possible could escape her frame.
"Nicole doesn't have time for process. If a cartel got a hold of them, well, you know what happens to those girls as well as I do. There's only 2 reasons cartels grab people: ransom or labor. And since we've heard nothing about a ransom yet, we have to assume they were taken for labor. They won't have long before they start plying them with drugs or beating them to submit. We're talking about my sister here."
Grant placed his hands on her arms and fixed his gaze on hers.
"I know. Believe me, I don't want anything to happen to Nicole either. Look, I know someone who works down in Panama. Let me make a call and bring them up to speed. Then I'll know the best next steps."
Fear radiated from her eyes and pinched her voice, causing it to come out like a whisper.
"What if it takes too long?"
"It's a good department, Al. They'll work quickly."
Indecision radiated from her pores, from the look in her eyes to the teeth biting her lower lip. But finally she nodded.
"Okay, I trust you."
Her words caught Grant off guard, and he almost opened his mouth to tell her that he hadn't earned it yet. But he didn't. That wouldn't do Al any good. Instead, he turned to Anson.
"I need you to get Esperanza on the phone." "I will, boss, but there's a few more possibilities you should consider."
Grant blinked at Anson.
More possibilities? What had he missed? "Such as?" "Well, someone at either the church or the mission could be compromised and working with whoever took them. Or, and I really hope it's not this one, someone who heard of the mission trip might have informed them."
Someone who heard of the mission trip? Now Grant understood the grim expression on Anson's face. If that was the case, their informant could be anyone. Anyone at the church, anyone connected to the women, anyone who saw a flyer. And if they were willing to sell these women, who else were they willing to sell? It was a possibility Grant couldn't focus on at the moment. It was too big, too far-reaching. The first thing was to find Nicole and the other women before they were sold or killed. Then he could hunt down the orchestrator.
"You're right. I'll leave you in charge of dealing with the church and the connections here. Find out who could have known about the trip. employees, parishioners, anyone. Run background checks and compose a list of anyone needing money, anyone with a grudge, anyone with connections to a trafficking ring. Got it?"
As Anson nodded and turned back to his computer, Grant fought to keep his composure. Panama. Could he really go back there? Back to Mila and the past? Chapter 8. Nicole. The uneasy feeling in Nicole's stomach had just begun to abate when the van slammed to a stop. Screams filled the air around her, and she glanced up to see why the van had stopped so suddenly. She had only a moment to register the bus blocking their path and the men holding guns before one of them took aim at the van and fired. Nicole ducked, pulling whoever was next to her down as well. The action might have saved their lives, but it did not keep the glass from raining down on them as the windshield shattered. Nor did it keep the droplets of blood from splattering on her skin. Blood? Whose blood was that? Her mind was still processing that question when the side door opened. Nicole glanced up to find two fierce men staring down at her and the other women. Tattoos covered their faces, but it was the hardness in their eyes that sent ice shooting through her veins. "Everybody out," the closest man said, raking his gaze over each of them. "Or I shoot some more." Though she felt like she was in one of those exaggerated slow-motion videos, advice and scenarios flashed through her head. She tried to remember what Al had said about carjackings. There had been the never get into a car with a stranger talk, and the if someone tries to grab you, run talk, but Nicole could not remember what to do if armed men hijacked your van and there was no way to run. Was she supposed to go with them? Or fight them? Going with them seemed contrary to talk number 2, but fighting them appeared to have only one outcome, and it wasn't a good one. Around her, the other women whimpered, but followed directions. And though she had no idea if it was the right choice, Nicole followed suit, hoping that she would find a time when she could run. It was not to be, though. As the women stepped out, the second man threw a black hood over their head and zip-tied their hands together. Then a third man led them to the bus. The whole process was like an assembly line, but Nicole still wasn't sure she should make a break for it. The man with the gun still trained on them appeared to be the meanest of them all, and even if she did escape his bullets, she had no idea where she was, or where to go. She chanced a quick glance around to see who had been injured, and closed her eyes when she realized it was their driver. The side of his head was completely covered in blood, and his eyes were also closed. After taking a deep breath, she opened her eyes again to check for any signs of breathing, but before she could determine, the gunman spoke again. "Your turn. Let's go." Nicole pinched her lips and stepped past the armed man. She glanced around one last time, attempting to place herself before her world was swallowed in darkness. The sudden change was disorienting, and she stumbled as the man pushed her forward. His talon grip on her arm, though digging in hard enough to bruise, was the only thing that kept her from falling to her knees. Still, she managed to bang her shin on the step of the bus when they reached it. Tears sprang to her eyes, but she pursed her lips to keep from crying out. Another pair of hands grabbed her and pulled her up the stairs, bruising the other leg in the process before she was righted and shoved roughly into a seat. Her head hit something metal, and the world began to fade again, but not before she heard the sound of another gunshot. Chapter 9. Grant. Grant took a deep breath as he buckled his seatbelt. This never got easier. Beside him, Al chuckled. "You still hate flying?" "It's not like an aversion to stripes or those crocodile shirts my mother forced me to wear growing up." He closed his eyes and focused on taking one breath after the other. "It's a fear. You know, like yours of those tiny arachnids you scream at." Al's hand smacked his arm, as he knew it would, but he couldn't help razzing her about her fear of spiders. It was one of the things he'd found most endearing about her when they dated. In every other area of her life, Al was tough as nails. She ran 20 miles a week. She took self-defense and boxing classes with the guys at the local dojo. And she always aced her firearms tests. But when it came to spiders, all bets were off. One evening, he'd come over for dinner and found the food burning on the stove because a spider the size of a quarter was on the ceiling, and Al refused to look away from it. He'd had to kill the spider, and then they'd had to go out because the food she had been cooking was no longer edible. "Have you flown at all since?" Her question trailed off, but he knew what she was asking. Had he flown since they'd broken up? He opened his eyes and looked at her. No. In reality, he hadn't had time even if he'd wanted to. After their breakup, and probably to appease his guilt over it, he'd thrown himself into work, and one case had quickly turned into 2, then 4, then more than he could count. "Who kills your spiders now?" The corner of her lip pulled up in a slight smile, one that tugged on that place in his heart he thought he'd turned off, but evidently he hadn't. He should have known getting her out of his mind wouldn't be that easy. "I kill my own spiders now." Grant lifted an eyebrow in disbelief. "You kill spiders now?" "Well, not the big ones." This time, Al's lips pulled into a wide smile. "I call an exterminator for those." Grant chuckled as he thought of an exterminator coming out every time she saw a big spider. He wondered briefly what her idea of big was, but before he could ask, the stewardess came over the loudspeaker and began the flight safety briefing. Closing his eyes again, Grant tried to focus on her words and not the pounding of his heart in his chest. His knuckles tightened on the armrests as the plane began to move, and only the touch of Al's hand on his brought a modicum of relief. He did not open his eyes, but he turned his hand so that he could entwine his fingers with hers, and so she would know how much her support meant to him. If only he hadn't been so stupid and stubborn when they dated. Though his stomach would not agree, with his eyes closed and headphones in, the rest of the flight went by uneventfully, and before he knew it, the plane was coming to a stop at the gate. "That wasn't so bad now, was it?" Al flashed him a teasing smile as she bent to get her small bag from the seat in front of her. "It was manageable with you here, but I still wouldn't want to make it a regular habit." He wasn't sure how she would react to his statement. He wasn't even sure why he'd said it, except that somewhere during the long flight, he'd realized how much he'd missed Al and how stupid he'd been to end it. Her gaze caught his, but he could not decipher the expression in her eyes. She opened her mouth to speak, but then simply flashed a smile and stepped into the aisle. "Come on, we're holding up the line." Right, the line. Disappointment flooded him as he followed her into the aisle, but he brushed it aside. They had work to do, and whatever was or wasn't going on between them could wait until her sister was safe. Hoisting his bag over his shoulder, he led the way out of the Panama airport into the pickup area since they hadn't checked any luggage. It had been ages since he'd been here, but the area hadn't changed that much. It had newer stores and had been updated, but the basic layout was the same. He hoped the station's transportation would be the same as well. When he stopped, Al turned to him. "What are we looking for?" "Black van with SSF on the side." He scanned the area, looking not only for the van, but for any sign of Nicole or anything amiss. "Like that one?" Al pointed toward a black van just pulling into the pickup area. Grant flashed her a smile. "Yeah, just like that one." As the van pulled to the curb, Al placed a hand on Grant's arm. "How do you know these guys again?" He could understand her concern, but he'd known Mila longer than he'd known Al. "Don't worry, this crew is full of good guys. I worked with them before I became a cop." The van door opened, and Mila stepped out. She looked exactly as Grant remembered. Same slender shoulders, same dark skin, same deep brown eyes, and same silly-looking hat. A beret had been a staple for Mila as long as Grant had known her.
You still wear that thing?
Mila's lips pulled into a large grin as she pulled Grant into a hug. It's my good luck charm. You know that. The hug lasted half a second longer than it should have, and Grant wondered what Al was thinking. He'd never told her about Mila, or his time here in Panama. Grant stepped back, avoiding Mila's eyes and motioning to Al.
Thank you so much for agreeing to meet us, Mila. This is my friend Al. Her sister is one of the women who came down here for a mission trip. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to reach any of them since then.
Mila lifted an eyebrow at Grant before shaking Al's hand. It was clear she was curious as to the connection between them. It's nice to meet you, Al, though I wish it were under better circumstances. I've got the report from the mission, but I have to tell you that we haven't found much yet. I appreciate all you are doing, and we're here to help in any way we can. Al's voice sounded tight, and her smile looked forced. Grant knew there would be questions on her end later as well, but if it meant they found Nicole, he would sit in the hot seat. Mila nodded at her before glancing to Grant and giving him a nod as well. All right then, let's get back to headquarters and see what we can do. Chapter 10. Al. Al hadn't been sure what to expect when she arrived at headquarters, but it certainly wasn't the military operation she walked into. What is this? She'd been so focused on trying to figure out the relationship between Grant and Mila that she hadn't thought to ask what she should be expecting at the station.
This is the International Strike Force Office. It's comprised of U.S. Homeland Security officers, Interpol, and Costa Rican authorities. They work to stop migrant smuggling, and more recently, human trafficking.
Al looked up at him with narrowed eyes. How do you know all this? Grant's jaw clenched, and his gaze shifted away from her.
Because I used to work for Homeland Security down here.
What? Al blinked at him, unsure if she had heard him correctly. Sure, they hadn't dated that long, but how had he kept this from her? And why? Come on in, and I'll introduce you to everyone. As if oblivious to the tension circulating between Al and Grant, or more likely ignoring it, Al hadn't missed the look Mila had given Grant when she'd seen him. Mila motioned for them to follow her deeper into the room. Al tried to keep track of all the names, but there were too many. Thankfully, many wore their last name on their uniforms, much like the military. Okay, now that we've all been introduced, Grant will recap what we know about the girls. Mila stepped back and pointed to the board where pictures of the women were taped. Al's heart clenched at seeing her sister on the whiteboard. How many times had she worked a case like this? How many times had some of those victims never come home? She pushed the thought from her mind and tried to focus on Grant's words. Focusing on the what-ifs would do no good at the moment.
Thank you all for helping us with this. Unfortunately, we don't know much. All of these women attended a church in Fire Beach and signed up for the mission trip set up by this woman here. He pointed to the picture of Maritza Gamboa. Now, we don't know much about her. She's from Panama originally, but has been living in the States for the last 5 years. This is her third mission trip, so we don't think she's involved. Since the local mission here was expecting the girls, we believe that a cartel group may have intercepted them. Now, whether it was planned or coincidental, we don't know. My analyst is looking into everyone these girls knew back in the States, and I think we should look into everyone connected to the mission here as well.
Mila nodded and replaced Grant at the board again. So what have we been able to find out? She surveyed the group of men, but while her words were framed like a question, it was clear from her stance and her tone that she expected actual answers. Though Al still wasn't sure how she felt about Mila, she could appreciate the presence the woman presented. She was not only the only other woman in the room, but she commanded the room of men, something challenging for most women. She had obviously earned their respect somehow. An older man with a scar across his eyebrow spoke up. Al committed his name, Rickman, to her mind as he spoke.
I was able to find the flight that I think the women were on. It appears to have landed about 10 a.m. yesterday morning. Cameras in the airport picked up the women, but they were lost when they got into a van outside.
Was it the missions van? Can we confirm that?
Yes, ma'am. I can confirm it is the same plates as what the mission reported. The driver, Manuel Ortiz, and the woman heading the trip, Brita Martinez, have both been reported as missing. I have traffic cameras that pick up the van until Villa of Veracruz.
Another man, a desk over with the name of Reed, spoke up this time.
Ma'am, I've got the hospital on the line. They claim they have a patient needing to speak to the police.
Okay, send someone to follow up with him. The man's jaw tightened as a hardened look crossed his face.
Ma'am, they say the man is Manuel Ortiz, and that he has information on the girls.
Conversation froze for a moment as all eyes turned to Mila. Okay, Grant, Al, you're with me. Let's go talk to this man. Reed, you're in charge here. Keep digging for whatever information you can. It's probably a long shot, but I want to know if any of the women had connections here.
Yes, ma'am.
As Reed took command, Mila led them out of the room. The hospital is just 20 minutes away, but I don't want to take any chances. With that, she headed down the hallway, but not toward the entrance they had come through. Al leaned close to Grant. Where are we going? The look he sent her nearly stopped her in her tracks. She'd seen him serious before, but never like this.
To gear up.
Oh, she should have realized that. If this was a cartel they were dealing with, as the evidence suggested, they would not go down easily. Al's sidearm wouldn't be enough protection. Mila pushed open a metal door and motioned for them to enter. Al's eyes widened as she stepped inside. Bulletproof vests and shirts lined a shelf at the back, and one wall had been converted to a gun storage unit. Weapons from tiny handguns to automatic rifles hung on the wall. Grab a shirt and a vest and as much ammunition as you can carry. Put a small caliber in your boot, another in your belt, but take a rifle to carry. The intensity in Mila's voice sent another tremble down Al's spine. Is that all necessary? She regarded Al with cold eyes. We always prepare for more than we think we'll see. It's the only way to make sure we all come back the same way we left. All come back. The words had an ominous feel to them, and Al's elation quickly vanished. 10 minutes, and then we roll. Chapter 11. Nicole. Nicole's head throbbed as she struggled to open her eyes. As she lifted her hand to seek out the reason, two things hit her. The first was that her hands were stuck together. Why were her hands stuck together? The second was the metallic scent of blood. Was that her blood or someone else's? Though they felt like they were made of steel, Nicole managed to lift her lids, but the room was dark. A tiny sliver of light shone through a small hole in the wall, but it was not enough to make out anything in the room. Nicole touched her head, grimacing when she found the bump and sent a new wave of pain rushing through her body. She brought her hands to her face to check for blood, but it was too dark to see. Clamping her fingers together, she felt the slightest pull of tackiness and decided the blood must be hers. Hello? Is anyone here? Nicole, is that you? The voice that answered back was thick with a mixture of relief and fear. Yes, who are you? Nicole had only known these women a few weeks, and she knew none of them well enough to recognize their voice, except maybe Shyla, who had a slight southern twang. Misty, oh, I'm so glad you're okay. We've been worried about you. We? Who else is here?
Nicole grimaced as she moved so that she was on all fours. It was not a comfortable position, as her hands being together forced her pose into more of a triangle than a table. But she had no idea how big the room was, and she didn't want a chance knocking her head on something.
Brita is, though she hasn't been talking much. I'm starting to wonder if they've left us here to die.
No, but we will soon wish we were dead. Brita's tone was flat and devoid of any emotion. Ignoring Brita, who appeared to be to her left from the sound, Nicole turned to the right toward Misty's voice.
I'm going to try to come to you. Can you tell me what happened? I think I must have gotten hit in the head because my memory is a little hazy.
Biting back the pain, Nicole began shuffling forward on her hands and knees, hoping she wouldn't crawl across glass or anything else sharp that would cut her. You hit your head when they threw you in the bus, Brita said, her tone still eerily monotonous. I heard the thunk, and then the men argued about treating you too roughly.
Men? What men?
Vague gray memories flashed through her mind, and Nicole paused as she tried to think back, but it only made her head hurt worse.
A group of armed gunmen stopped our van. They shot the driver and then threatened to kill us unless we went with them. They placed black hoods on our heads and tied our hands and loaded us on a bus.
As Misty spoke, the memories flooded back into Nicole's head. She couldn't believe how dumb she had been. Her instincts had tried to warn her, but she'd ignored them. And now here she was, locked in some dark room with two women she barely knew. And then it hit her that no one knew where they were. Sure, Miguel knew they were in Panama, but how long would it be before he realized they hadn't checked in? And how long would it be before the mission went looking for them and alerted authorities? Her hand touched something different, and she patted at the area. Though hard, it had just the slightest give.
Am I touching you? Yes, that's my leg.
Excitement filled Misty's voice.
I'm reaching my hand out. Can you find it?
Nicole walked her hands up Misty's leg and then reached out in the darkness. When she touched the girl's hand, Misty clamped onto her as if that touch was the only thing keeping her from falling off a cliff. Nicole shifted until she was sitting next to Misty.
How long have we been here? I don't know. I can't see my watch, but it feels like hours.
Her watch. Of course. Nicole had recently gotten a Garmin watch to help track her fitness, and it had a light-up feature. If the battery wasn't dead, it might give off enough light to at least see the room and assess their situation. She pressed the button and blinked against the soft light. It wasn't that bright, but after seeing nothing but darkness, it burned her eyes like the sun. Beside her, she felt Misty's hands move, and a quick glance in that direction confirmed her assumption that the girl was covering her eyes. Nicole blinked a few more times, adjusting to the light, and then stared out into the room. It was still dark in the furthest corners, but she could make out Brita's form a few feet away.
Do you know what happened to the other girls?
Misty shook her head.
They kept the hoods on until we were in the room. By the time they took them off and my eyes adjusted to the light, the door was closed and they were gone. I can only assume they're in another similar room.
Maybe. Nicole didn't want to think about the other option.
I'm going to walk the room just to make sure and to see if we have any options.
Misty grabbed her arm, her fingers digging into the sensitive flesh.
Don't leave me. Then come with me. Can you walk?
Yeah, I think so. As the two girls stood, Nicole lifted her arm to try and see the ceiling, but it was too far away. At least they knew they could stand without getting another blow to the head, though. They walked around the room, which didn't appear much larger than her bedroom back home. But other than Brita, who remained seated as they walked around, they found no other girls. No furniture either. In fact, other than the hoods the girls had been forced to wear, the only thing they did find in the room was the boarded-up window, which was what was allowing the tiny sliver of light in.
Nicole tried to pull on the ends of the boards, but they were held firmly in place. With a sigh, the girls slunk back down to the floor. Misty pulled her knees up to her chest and dropped her head to rest on them. Nicole was tempted to do the same, but Al's words echoed through her mind. Never give up. Keep thinking. Assess the situation. Look, the church knows we're in Panama. When Maritza doesn't check in, they're bound to send someone to look for us. She glanced over at Brita, who still sat in the same position, defeat radiating like a bad odor around her. The mission here will look for us too, won't they? They will, but unless they find someone with connections, the local authorities probably won't do much. Human trafficking is a large issue here in Panama, and they don't have the task force to investigate all disappearances. Nicole thought about sharing that she did have a connection. As much as she and Al might have argued, she also knew her sister would go to the ends of the earth to save her if she knew she was missing. But what if Al didn't know? No, Al would find out, and Nicole opened her mouth to share that, but something stopped her. What if one of these women was involved in the abduction? The thought seemed crazy, paranoid, but not completely out of the realm of possibility. Still, Nicole hated that now she was second-guessing the few people she should consider friends. She turned to Misty. Did you tell anyone else about this trip? Misty glanced up and shook her head. My boyfriend and I are on a break. I was using this trip as a way to clear my head. Figured I would see more clearly when I got back. Guess that was pretty stupid. Nicole placed a hand on Misty's shoulder. Don't feel bad. I didn't tell anyone either. I meant to, but I got so busy packing. However, I know my sister would come looking for us if she knew I was gone. If only there was some way I could get a message to her. I know she could help. I don't know how. They took all of our luggage and our phones. Wait, I don't know that they took your phone. Was it on you? Nicole tapped her pockets before remembering that she had shoved her phone in her backpack as she climbed into the van. No, my battery was dead, so I shoved it in my bag before we boarded the van. I was hoping to charge it at the mission to send that email I forgot. She chuffed and shook her head. Talk about stupid. Do you think they'll sell us? Nicole wasn't sure if that was a rhetorical question or not, but she decided not to answer it. There was a small chance she was wrong, though the alternatives didn't seem any nicer. But Nicole agreed with Brita's assessment that they were about to become one of the statistics they talked about with everyone else. Do you think they'll even take us back to the States? Misty's head dropped back to her knees. People get trafficked through the States, right? Most do. Nicole took a deep breath as their dire situation cemented in her mind. The only bright lining in the whole thing was that from everything she'd read, girls were trafficked through the U.S. at least once in their journey. Nicole could only hope that was their experience and that it happened earlier in their journey rather than later. She did not want to think about what she might have to do before then. Chapter 12. Grant. The hospital won't let us take the heavy ammunition inside, Mila said as she pulled into a spot at the hospital. But I've already alerted them about possible danger, so keep your sidearm and the one in your boot. Grant nodded and took a deep breath to calm his nerves. He was used to stressful situations, but it had been a while since he'd been on anything quite this dangerous. The rings he busted in Fire Beach were generally much smaller and much less organized. He glanced at Al, who also looked a shade paler than normal. You okay? Yeah, just worried about Nicole. It's been more than a day. How long do you think they'll keep them? Until they find a buyer, Mila said, turning to face them. Or until we find them, so let's make sure that happens first. Let's go. Mila led the way into the hospital, and though Grant was not used to taking orders from her, He found himself glad to be following Mila this time. She was clearly in her element and had grown since he'd known her last. Or maybe he was the one who'd changed. Either way, he was glad she was in charge. The attending nurse, obviously recognizing Mila, led them directly to a room. Inside, a man lay on the bed, pale and frail looking beneath the sheet. A bandage covered the top of his head, but Grant was certain there would be more bandages on his body under the sheet from the looks of the injuries. He opened his eyes as they approached. "Did you get to them?" "The girls?" Mila asked, stepping closer to the bed. "Where are they?" Manuel shook his head, and Grant was struck by the fear on his face. "No, not the girls. My family. If they find out I'm alive, they'll take my girl and kill my wife. Please, you have to help them." As Mila placed a hand on the man's shoulder and her posture softened, Grant understood exactly how she'd moved up in ranks. Mila had been tough as long as he'd known her. She was a lot like Al in that way. But she had perfected the ability to turn on her feminine charm at will as well. We'll go get them as soon as we leave here. But we also need to save those girls you were driving. Can you tell us what happened?" Manuel closed his eyes for a moment, and a tear trailed out of the corner of one eye, gliding down his cheek like a mountain stream. "I didn't know it would go down like that, but I had to do it." He opened his eyes, pleading with them. "They were going to take my girl. I had to do it." Grant felt the knots in his stomach grow, as if roots had sprung out and were now implanting themselves in his stomach wall. This man had helped the cartel? "Tell us what you know," Mila said. "Then we'll do what we can for you." Manuel bit his lips as another tear escaped. "My daughter, she didn't know who she was chatting with online. I was busy with the mission, and my wife cleans houses all day, so she was by herself at home. I came home one evening to find her gone, but a note on my table. They wanted money for her, but I couldn't pay. We have very little. I called the local police, but they did not help me, so I tried to scrounge up what I could. When I delivered it, I told them I was short, but that I would give them every paycheck until I met their ransom, if they gave my daughter back. Somehow they knew that we had a mission trip coming. They told me if I told them, when the girls landed, that they would cancel the debt I owed. But if I didn't, they would come and take Mariana away again. I don't know what I thought would happen, but I did not expect the armed men who pulled us over." "What can you tell us about them?" Mila's voice still held the feminine softness, but Grant could hear the take-charge tone buried beneath it, like an undercurrent in the ocean. "They came in a bus. It blocked the road and I was forced to stop the van. Armed men got out and shot me. The first shot grazed my head, but I suppose it also saved my life, because it knocked me backwards and made them think they had taken care of me. They opened the van and grabbed the women, including Brita, the woman from our mission who was in charge. I kept my eyes closed, so I did not see what happened after that. But it was a slow process, so I assumed they were tying them up, maybe blindfolding them." Al stepped forward, her face a white sheet. "Did any of the women get hurt?" Manuel shook his head. "I can't say for sure, but I heard no other shots. When the last woman was out, one of the men shot me again for good measure, and then they were gone. That one hit my leg, but I managed to call for help before I passed out. I'm sorry for what I did, and sorry that I couldn't do more to help them, but my family is still in danger. Will you help them?" Grant saw Al stiffen, and he knew what was going through her mind. Manuel had no idea one of the girls was her sister, but it was still brazen for him to ask for his family to be saved when he had delivered these girls into the hands of the cartel. "We'll go pick them up as soon as we leave here. I just have a few more questions. Do you know the names of any of the men who blackmailed you?" Manuel shook his head. "No, I didn't recognize any of them.
but I do have the number they made me call, and Mariana has a picture of one of them on her phone. I don't think they knew she took it."
"Thank you. I'm going to call for security to guard your room, and when you're able, we'll move you to a secure location. Your family will also be protected, but I will need something from you."
"I'll do anything."
"Good, because I'll need you to testify when the time comes." The color drained from Manuel's face, and for a moment Grant thought he might rescind his offer, but he did not. Instead, he took a deep breath and nodded.
"If you keep my family safe, I will do this for you. It won't make up for my actions, but it's the right thing to do."
Mila nodded, and after getting Manuel's address, she turned and strode out of the hospital room, leaving Grant and Al to catch up with her. The soft woman was gone, replaced once more with the hardened commander. "You aren't actually considering giving him a deal, are you?" Al's voice was fierce as she addressed Mila. She paused long enough to turn to Al. "Manuel made a mistake, but he's the only person who can help stop this cartel. Who do you want to see taken down? The father who is trying to save his child, or the group who blackmailed him? I, for one, would prefer to see the whole organization crumble, rather than jam up one man who got caught between a rock and a hard place." Al's mouth dropped open, but Grant could see the reluctant realization fill her eyes. She wanted justice, but so did Mila. He just hoped their differing opinions on how to get it didn't get in the way of the investigation. Chapter 13. Al. Al tried not to focus on how much time she felt they were wasting as they headed to Manuel's house. She wanted to be out looking for Nicole, not picking up the wife and daughter of the man partly responsible for her abduction. Plus, she still wasn't sure about Mila. There had obviously been something between her and Grant in the past, but surely she wouldn't let that affect her investigation. Would she? "We gear up before we go in," Mila said as she parked the car. "We have no idea if the family is innocent or if the cartel may have gotten here before we did, so eyes sharp." Al nodded and tugged on her bulletproof vest to make sure it was still in the correct position. Then she grabbed the extra gun and climbed out of the car next to Grant. Manuel's house was in a residential neighborhood, and the sounds of sprinklers, lawnmowers, and children playing filled the air. But she tried to push those sounds out of the way to focus on anything out of the ordinary. After a thorough check around them, Mila led the way to the front door. She knocked, and a minute later the door swung open. The woman inside blinked at them before her eyes widened in fear. "Is this about Manuel? Is he okay?" "There's been an accident," Mila said, playing her sympathy card again. "Manuel is in the hospital. However, it's no longer safe here for you and Mariana. I need you to come with us." Trembling, the woman touched the cross hanging around her neck before stepping back to allow them entrance. Al shut the door behind her and took up post on the other side of the window. "What's going on?" the woman asked. "Your husband unfortunately got involved with some bad characters, and we're afraid they may be coming after you when they realize he's still alive. Can you call Mariana and gather a bag? Also, I'd like access to your phones and computers. I don't have a warrant, but I can get one. However, we have a hostage situation on our hands where every second counts, and we believe that you may have information that can help us on your devices." "Yes, of course. We will give you whatever you need to help." "The men who took Mariana are dangerous, and if we can stop them, we want to help. Please, follow me." "I'll cover the door. Go ahead." As Grant and Mila nodded, Al moved the curtain to peek outside. A few neighbors seemed to be curiously eyeing the squad car outside, but nothing else seemed out of the ordinary currently. The minutes ticked by, but Al could hear the frantic scrambling noise of the women gathering their things. Suddenly, a new noise reached her ears. It was the high-pitched hum of a revving engine, but it sliced through the air like a knife. Al knew what was coming next. "Everybody down!" she hollered as gunshots filled the air. She dropped to the floor as glass shattered around her and pieces of wood flew through the air, slicing her exposed skin and embedding themselves in her vest. And then as quickly as it came, the sound was gone. She stood and peered out the window, just in time to see a car swerve around the corner. It disappeared too quickly for her to catch even a partial plate number, and she cursed softly before making her way toward the bedrooms. "Is everyone okay?" She didn't want anyone injured, but the thought of Grant being hurt flashed constantly through her mind.
"We're okay."
His voice came, and when his face appeared in a doorframe a moment later, she felt her knees buckle with relief.
"You?"
Al examined her arms. "A few cuts, but I'm okay. However, I have no idea if they'll make a second pass. If we have everything, we should go." Grant nodded and led the women, who now trembled violently, from the room. They each had a small bag over their shoulder. The older woman clutched 2 cell phones, while the girl had a laptop against her chest. "Let's go." Al checked the window once more before opening the front door and stepping out cautiously. She didn't want to take the chance of anyone getting hit on the way to the car, but she also needed to make sure none of the neighbors had been injured in the shooting. Thankfully, it appeared they had disappeared at the sound of the car, for every door was closed and every window shuttered. Even the sounds of mowers and play had stopped, causing Al to wonder if this was a common occurrence for them. She hoped not. That was no kind of life. Opening the back door to the squad car, Al ushered the women in before sliding in herself and shutting the door. Grant and Mila followed suit, and within minutes the house was behind them. "Did you see anything?" Mila asked as she reached for the radio. "Not long enough to get a plate, but it was a black car, probably a 4-door, and newer." The woman nodded and clicked the button. "Be advised, we have a black car in the area of Enrique Genzier and Via Argentina, plate unknown, that just fired on the police. All units should consider the occupants of this car armed and dangerous." 10-4, came the reply over the radio. "We'll send a unit to investigate." "Where are we going?" the woman next to Al asked, her voice soft and fearful. "Someplace safe," Al assured her, and she hoped she was telling the truth. Mila pulled into a motel a few minutes later. "Wait here while I check it out, then we'll get you inside." The girl, who had been silent until now, tapped Al's arm. "Did you say the car was a black 4-door? Yeah? Why?" The girl pulled out her phone and pulled up her camera app. "They didn't know when they took me, but I snapped a few pictures. I got one of a black car, and I think I managed to get the license plate, at least most of it. I took a few of the men I saw too, but they're a little blurry. I couldn't take the time to focus." She handed the phone to Al, and Al tapped the picture to enlarge it. Sure enough, the photo was blurry, but she could make out most of the license plate. She swiped to the side and studied the image of the man. It was the back of his head, but that was still telling, as he was bald but covered in tattoos. She was sure their analyst would be able to at least distinguish some of them. Another swipe showed a different man, this one from the front, but unfortunately the girl had missed his head. However, his beard was visible, along with a tattoo on his forearm. The third swipe showed a woman. There was a woman there too? The girl nodded. "Yeah, a few. They didn't talk much. Mostly they just sat around looking high." Al sighed. This was more than this girl should have had to go through at her age. "These are great. Thank you. You were very brave to take them. They talked to us in school about the cartels and trafficking. I can't believe I fell for their tricks, but I used what they taught me at school to take discreet pictures. Someday, I hope to be a cop like you." Al smiled at the girl. "I think you'll be a good one. What's your name?" "Mariana, but my friends call me Mari. What's yours?" "Elena, but my friends call me Al." Do you mind if I keep this for a bit, until we see if the information helps us?
The girl shook her head.
I want to stop them. I will help however I can.
Mila returned at that moment.
Okay, everything looks good. We'll get you settled and wait for the replacement team to show up before we leave. Mari has a picture of a partial license plate that I think matches the car. We should call that in and also send some pictures to your analyst. Good. Let's get them situated inside, and then we can start going over evidence with the team back at the station.
Al nodded and tucked the phone into her pocket. She pulled her gun as soon as Mila opened the back door, but kept it by her side. There was no need to draw unwanted attention, but she wanted to be ready, whatever happened. After scanning the area, she motioned for Mariana and her mother to join her. Grant took up the rear, and the 5 of them made their way up the stairwell to the farthest room on the right. 237. A shiver raced down Al's spine as she stared at the number. Though it was silly, she wished hotels would just stop using the number altogether. Ever since she'd read The Shining by Stephen King in high school, she'd avoided that room number whenever she could. But either Mila wasn't superstitious, or she wasn't familiar with the horror story. As Al followed Mila inside, she hoped this was not fortuitous of their future. Thankfully, the room looked nothing like the one described in the book, or pictured in either the movie or the TV series. Instead, it reminded Al of every seedy motel room depicted in movies. There were 2 beds, both covered with a faded red bedspread, and both sagging in the middle. The wallpaper, which might at one time have been colorful, now appeared dingy and gray and curled in the corners. An old TV sat on a dresser, covered in nicks and scuffs, and the table that sat near the window appeared the same. 2 padded chairs accompanied the table like weary soldiers who had seen too many battles.
I'm sorry it's nothing fancy, but it won't be for long,
Mila said, as Mari and her mother dropped their bags on one of the beds.
There is a bathroom, and I'll arrange for food to be delivered. Until we can move Manuel, or until the cartel is arrested, I'll need you to stay here and out of sight.
Worry creased Manuel's wife's forehead as she perched on the edge of the bed.
Will he be okay?
Mila sighed.
He took a few bullets, but they missed his vital organs, so the doctors believe he will recover, but it may take some time.
The woman dropped her head into her hands, and a squeezing sensation gripped Al's heart as silent tears cascaded down the woman's cheeks. She couldn't be angry at this woman. First, it appeared she'd had no idea what her husband had done. But Al wasn't so sure she wouldn't have done the same thing Manuel did, if it meant saving her sister. As if reading her mind, Grant stepped close to her and whispered, "We'll find her. Don't worry." His words soothed, like the feel of cooling aloe on a sunburn, but they were not enough. She wanted to turn and place her head on his chest like she had when they dated. She wanted his strong arms wrapped around her, giving her strength, so that for a moment she could be weak. But that was not the relationship anymore, and as much as she might want to try again, she wasn't sure he did. Nor was she sure what his relationship with Mila was. Had they dated when he'd worked here? Did Grant still have feelings for her?
Al, do you have that plate number?
Al blinked and forced herself to focus on Mila, who held a phone to her ear and stared at Al with raised brows. How long had the woman been trying to get her attention?
Yeah, hang on.
Pulling out the phone, she tapped the camera app and swiped until the image of the plate appeared.
It looks like the last 4 are 6286. Partial plate numbers are 6286,
Mila repeated into the phone.
on a black 4-door.
She paused for a moment before adding,
Great. Call me when you have something. I'm also sending over some photos. See if Carbone can run them through Gary and see if we get any hits.
With the call ended, Mila turned her attention to Mari and her mother.
Mariana, Can you tell me anything else about the man who approached you?" Mari's bottom lip tucked in, and she folded her hands in her lap. Her eyes remained fixed on her fingers, as if they held the answers she was looking for. "He was really nice at first. My papa works a lot at the mission, and Mama was gone too." She sneaked a glance at her mother, whose face flushed with embarrassment, but to her credit, she simply wrapped an arm around her daughter and encouraged her to continue. "I was just lonely, and he seemed like he cared. We chatted for about a week, and then he asked to meet for coffee. It was just coffee, so I didn't figure it was a big deal. But before I could enter the coffee shop, the black car pulled up, and the man ordered me to get in the back. He had a gun, so I figured I had to." Al wanted to tell her that running would be safer. A moving target was hard to hit, and once they got you in a car, they rarely let you go. Which made her wonder, "Did they call your father right away?" Mari glanced up at her, a look of confusion on her face. "No, they took me to a house. I saw a few other girls, but they didn't let me talk to any of them. They locked me in a room and brought food in a few times a day. It felt like I was there forever." Grant caught her eye, and Al lifted her eyebrows at him. This wasn't normal behavior for traffickers, which made it seem as if Mari was never the intended target. Manuel was. But how would they know to target Manuel? Before she could ask any further questions, a knock sounded at the door, and all three of them reached for their guns. Mila reached the door first, and after checking the peephole, she motioned for Grant and Al to put their guns away. Then she opened the door. Two men that Al briefly recognized from the station entered. "We have the first shift, Captain, so we can take it from here." "Thank you. We need to take this equipment back to see if they can find anything else. Don't let them leave the room. One of you can go grab food when needed, but stay inside and out of sight." Though Al still wasn't sure how she felt about Mila, she appreciated her ability to command the situation and the respect of her fellow officers, most of whom were men. Al wasn't sure she wanted to lead a department one day, but she could definitely take some pointers from Mila, and Cara back home for that matter, on how to present a commanding presence. "Yes, ma'am," the officer replied. Grant and Al helped gather the electronic equipment, and then as quickly as they came, they were on their way. Al just hoped that they would get a break in the case soon. The cartel might have let Mari go to get to Manuel, but she doubted they would be so nice to Nicole and the other girls. Chapter 14. Grant. Chatter filled the station when they entered a half-hour later. Grant wanted to pull Al aside and reassure her. Her nervous energy rolled off her in waves, and though she didn't realize it, he was pretty sure everyone around her could feel it. Not that he could blame her, though. "Captain, we've got a few hits on the plate," Rickman said. So much for a quick chat with Al. "Great. Post it on the screen," Mila said, pointing at the new and sleek screen that any of the computers in the room could project their screen on. This certainly hadn't been around when Grant had worked here last, but it was a nice improvement, and one he would be hounding his boss about when he got back to Fire Beach. A list of names filled the screen. "Okay, there are 7 hits. 3 of them are women, and while I wouldn't rule any of them out completely, I'm not sure these fit what we're looking for." 3 pictures popped up on the screen, and after a quick glance, Grant had to agree. The first picture was a woman clearly in her late 50s or early 60s, and while she looked fierce with her bushy eyebrows and focused stare, she didn't look cartel fierce. The second picture was a college-aged girl with a pink streak in her hair and dark eye makeup. Again, not the typical look. The third woman wasn't as easy to eliminate. With her mousy brown hair and demure expression, she seemed like the type of woman who could blend into many situations and also appear trustworthy.
The other 4 are men. None of them look exactly like our cartel, but it's doubtful they would announce it on their IDs anyway.
Rickman clicked a button, and 4 male faces filled the screen. One appeared to be some sort of businessman, but his suit and thick glasses caused Grant to dismiss him almost immediately. The other 3 could all be contenders. They all appeared in their 30s or 40s. None were smiling, but none of them had any identifying marks on them either. Is there any way to send these pictures to one of the officers and see if Mari recognizes them? Al asked softly beside him.
That's a good idea,
he whispered back to her before posing the suggestion to Mila. It's worth a shot, Mila said. We don't have enough manpower to check them all out.
Send the picture of the woman too,
Grant said, his eyes returning to the woman's innocent face. He had no idea why, but something didn't sit right with him when he looked at her. Mila raised an eyebrow in question, but passed the message along to Rickman. What are you thinking? Al asked.
Nothing yet, Grant responded. Other than the cartel probably wouldn't register the car legally, but someone on the outside could, someone who wouldn't draw suspicion.
You're right, Rickman said a few minutes later.
Juan just texted back and said the girl doesn't recognize any of the men, but thinks she saw the woman at the house, and...
He clicked a few more buttons.
The woman's name is Anita Jameson, and she owns a house. I've sent the address to your phone.
Mila nodded. Let's go then. Grant was reminded of why he left this place the first time. It wasn't that he minded action, but here it was like all or nothing. Either he sat at a desk all day wishing something happened, or it was like today, where he almost never got to sit down, and one trail led right into the other. He wasn't sure which he preferred, but he definitely liked the balance he got back home more than both options here. Chapter 15. Al. Al knew as soon as they pulled up to the address that they'd chosen incorrectly. Not only was the house smack dab in the middle of town, not a great place to hide kidnapped women, but it exuded a sad and forlorn aura. The place had seen better times, but somehow she doubted it had seen her sister or the other women. As if reading her mind, Mila killed the engine and turned to face her and Grant. Okay, it doesn't look like much of a trafficking spot, but let's keep our guard up anyway. Appearances can be deceiving, and you never know what you might find on the inside. Al nodded and checked her gear one more time, but she doubted she would need it. The busy noise of the city met her ears as she stepped out of the car, but though she scanned the area for any danger, she felt nothing. No sixth sense that often arose when something wasn't right. Mila knocked on the faded front door and then scanned the area as they waited for the door to open. A moment later it did, and an older gentleman with more white than black in his hair blinked at them.
Can I help you?
His voice was the gruff voice of someone who had smoked most of his life. The weathered and weary look of his face added to that assumption. Life had not been easy for this man. Yes, sir. We're looking for Anita Jameson. The man's eyes narrowed to little more than squints, but Al saw his posture change just slightly. Whatever he was about to say, it was clear he knew the name at least.
Is she in trouble?
Not at the moment, but we do believe she may have witnessed a crime, and we'd like to speak with her. The older man chuffed and shook his head.
If you think she just saw a crime, then you're more stupid than I thought.
Mila stiffened, but kept her composure. Sir, her registration said she owns this house. So is she here?
She ain't been here since she got caught up with that guy. I told her he was bad news, but she wouldn't hear of it. After all, I'm just the brother of her late father. Why would my opinion matter?
Al could tell from Mila's rigid posture that this man was getting on her nerves. And though she knew she was out of line, she decided to try and reach him. "Sir, my sister and some other women were abducted on their way to Casa de Familia mission. Now I believe Anita may have seen or know the men who took them. I know you were just trying your best with Anita, and I'm trying with my sister. Please, if you can help us, maybe we can save them both." The man stared at Al for a moment before his eyes softened and he stepped back, allowing them entry. He motioned to the furniture in the living room, but Al was too nervous to sit. Grant and Mila followed her stance. The man, however, sank onto an ancient recliner that groaned and protested as if it was a living creature, unaccustomed to the man's weight.
"Anita was always a good girl, pretty, smart, but when her father was killed, she changed. She grew distant and stopped talking to her mother. Her mother asked me to pretend to need Anita to see if a presence in the house could ground her. Anita agreed to let me live here, but she rarely spoke to me."
He paused and ran a wrinkled hand across his chin.
"I watched her change, withdraw, and then suddenly she was gone at all times of the night. She began wearing more makeup and showing up with expensive gifts. That's when I knew. I confronted her, but she denied that she was being forced to engage in sexual behavior."
He shook his head and gazed at the floor for a moment. When he lifted his face again, it almost looked a decade older. Sadness oozed from every orifice like water when you squeezed a sponge.
"If you think she was involved in the abduction of those girls, then you have to find them before the same thing happens to them."
"Someone using her car fired shots at us as we were trying to save the family of the van driver who picked up the girls," Mila said, taking control of the situation again. "Now, we don't know that she was involved in that, but it does lead us to believe she is involved in the abduction. We know she is a victim as well, and we'll do everything we can to help her. Can you tell us anything about the man she was seeing?" The older man nodded and rose from the chair.
"Follow me."
He led the way down the hall and to a room whose door was closed. It stood like a guard, watching the rest of the hallway and the other open doors.
"This was her room. I kept everything the same. I'm pretty sure you'll find pictures in there, and a journal. She wrote his name in there. Not sure why she didn't take it with her. Probably too high to remember. She was often high the last few times I saw her."
He stepped back, allowing them to open the door. Mila stepped into the room, followed by Grant, but Al paused as the man's hand fell on her arm.
"I hope you find your sister, and if there's a chance, please try and save Anita."
Al patted his hand, giving him the only comfort she could, and nodded. "I will, I promise." He held her gaze a moment longer before dropping his hand and shuffling back to the living room. Al took a deep breath and then entered the room. It looked much like any other room belonging to a woman in her 20s. The queen bed was made, the magenta cover pulled tight and crisp. Al doubted Anita had done that in her shape. It was probably the last gift her uncle could give her. A dresser sat next to the bed and contained only a lamp, a book, and a picture frame. Across from the bed was a dresser, still filled with clothes that probably no longer suited her new lifestyle. And while tidy, the room felt heavy, as if it knew what had happened to its owner and felt the pain. "This could be our guy," Mila said, holding up the frame. It was not your normal framed photo. Instead, it looked more like a selfie that Anita had conned the man into taking and then printed out. Her eyes shone and told of the affection she felt for the man next to her, but his were cold and emotionless. This must have been before he started using her. Mila shook her head and snapped a photo of the picture before picking up the book. As she perused the pages, Grant poked around in the woman's closet, and Al half-heartedly searched the drawers. She doubted she would find anything of interest, but at the bottom of one of the drawers was a folded piece of paper. Unfolding it, she read the 2 lines aloud. Ramon, CL50, Bella Vista. Is that a street name around here? Where did you just say? The intensity in Mila's stare froze Al for a second before she blinked and repeated the address. Does that mean something to you? It does, combined with the name Ramon. He's been on our list for years, but we've never been able to get an address on him. If that's his address, we may have just found your sister. Here, read this on the way. She shoved the journal in Al's hands before pulling her cell and walking out the door. Is she always like this? Al asked Grant as he closed the closet door and walked her direction. Grant hesitated and glanced toward the door as if he was unsure if he should say anything with Mila right outside. That action alone spoke volumes to Al, even before he opened his mouth.
Mila has always been intense, for as long as I've known her.
And how long has that been, Grant? And just how well did you know her? The questions flew from her mouth before she had time to stop them, but thankfully Grant appeared to understand.
Look, I know you have questions, and I need to tell you everything. Want to tell you everything. But not now, okay? Let's find Nicole and the others, and then I'll let you ask me anything you want.
Let's go. I've already called in and let them know we're on our way to Ramon's house, Mila said, popping back in the doorway. It wasn't the answer Al had wanted, but Grant was right. Whatever was or wasn't going on with him and Mila could wait until Nicole was safe. Chapter 16. Nicole. Nicole had no idea how much time had passed, but when the door opened and sent light blazing in, she lifted her hand to shield her face.
Get up. It's time to go.
The voice was deep and rough, definitely a man's voice. As she stood, she tentatively touched the top of her bra where she'd hidden the face of her Garmin. She had no idea why they hadn't taken it the first time. Maybe they hadn't noticed. Maybe they'd been too distracted with her passed-out form. Maybe they didn't realize what it was. Whatever the reason, she was sure they wouldn't miss it a second time. And right now it was the only hope she had of communicating with anyone on the outside. It was still merely a hope they would end up back in the States, but it was the only hope she had. Her eyes shifted to the corner where she had placed the watch straps. Perhaps if anyone found this room, they would find the straps and investigate. Of course, there was always the chance these people would find the straps and then search the girls for the face. But it was a chance Nicole had to take. She had to leave something to let people know they had been here. Where are we going? Though she trembled inside, her voice sounded brave to her ears.
You don't need to know.
As her eyes adjusted to the new light, Nicole was finally able to make out the face of the man. She recognized him as the man who'd taken them from the van. The very fact that he was showing his face was dangerous. It meant that either they didn't plan to let the girls live, or they knew of a way to break them so completely that they would never turn on them. Neither option stirred warm fuzzies within her. Behind the main man were two others who looked as if they bench-pressed cars for kicks. Between them stood Gail, Maritza, and Shyla, defeated and weary. All of the men had guns slung over their chests, and one man pointed a gun at the three girls in the middle, while the other had his weapon trained on Nicole, Brita, and Misty. Please, can't you just let us go home? Nicole's eyes flew to Gail, and worry gnawed at her bones. Gail looked so frail and so beaten already. Had they been treated worse? She wondered if the girl would make it through this ordeal, or if she'd already given up. She had lost so much already. A sneer formed on the lead man's face.
Sure, you can go home when we're done with you.
He chuckled and grinned at the other men, who nodded and laughed along with him. Their laughter grated on Nicole's ears and sent every nerve in her body screaming in warning. Nicole stared at Gail, willing the girl to look in her direction. When she finally did, a vice squeezed Nicole's heart. The eyes that returned her gaze were empty, and her heart sank a little more. If she couldn't find a way to give Gail some hope, the woman would give up entirely. And Nicole knew once that happened, it would be hard to bring her back. "It will be okay." Gail nodded, but the gesture was so timid it gave Nicole little hope. The leader stepped into the room and motioned for them to step out.
"Let's go,"
he said, as his eyes roamed over them. Nicole wanted to fight, to punch the men and run, but she knew now was not the time. Not only were the men bigger and stronger than she was, but they were armed and would probably have no issue shooting her on the spot. Besides, not only were her hands bound, making an escape harder, but she had no idea what awaited them outside. It could be more men with guns for all she knew, or they could be out in the middle of nowhere with no one around for miles. With a sigh, she stepped out of the room, and Brita and Misty followed suit. Nicole stepped as close to Gail as she could, hoping her presence would lend virtual support to the other woman. As they continued down the hallway, Nicole took the opportunity to glance around. She'd suspected they had been inside a house, and from the area around her, she was able to confirm that suspicion. The room they had been in had been empty, but the rest of the house appeared just as unused. No pictures hung on the wall, and just like the room itself, the hallway was devoid of furniture. As they passed a doorway, Nicole glanced in to see what appeared to be a living room, with a simple couch and a few chairs. The walls were also empty. A kitchen appeared next, but it too lay still and clutter-free. It was hard to believe anyone lived here on a regular basis, but maybe that was the point. Maybe it wasn't a house to live in, but merely to keep the women in for a time before transporting them elsewhere. The front door opened, and the girls were shoved outside. Nicole tried to take in all of her surroundings, not sure what she would actually do with the information, but sure that it was important to know. She counted the steps of the porch. 3, and none of them were in great shape. Flecks of paint curled up like flower petals dried by the sun, and one sagged so deeply in the middle that she almost lost her footing. Ahead of them was the bus, probably the same one that had stopped them on their way to the mission, though she had seen it only briefly. It reeked with a foreboding evil essence.
"Get moving!"
The muzzle of the gun prodded her back, and Nicole climbed the steps. Grateful, at least, that they hadn't thrown a hood over her face this time, and she wouldn't be adding more bruises to her shins. At least not yet. As she climbed inside, she took another look at the house. It was nothing fancy. A single story, probably once painted a bright yellow or a light tan, but now appearing almost entirely gray. The engine of the bus roared to life, but before it moved, one of the men walked down the line, hoods in hand. Unceremoniously, he grabbed Nicole's shoulder and shoved the hood over her head. Once again, she was left in darkness. She could only assume the other women received one as well. A part of her wanted to lash out in anger, but with her hands bound and her vision restricted, it would do no good. The only thing she could do now was focus on staying alive and keeping her Garmin hidden in case an opportunity presented itself. And pray. She realized she hadn't been doing much of that since they'd been taken. But if there was ever a situation that only God could solve, this might be it. As the bus moved, she turned her fears to God and tried to control her breathing so she could focus on the only sense she still had, her hearing. She didn't know if she'd even get the chance to tell anyone, but if she did, she wanted to be able to give them as much information as possible. Unfortunately, the bus was either well insulated or they were far from civilization, because Nicole heard nothing. Not a plane overhead, not other cars passing by, not even the sound of horns. Disappointed, but unwilling to give up, she began counting the seconds. If she couldn't give someone audible clues, at least she could give them an estimate of how far they drove. She'd almost reached 30 minutes when the bus stopped and the door creaked open. The oppressive humidity hit her moments before the hood, along with a few hairs, was ripped from her head. She blinked, trying to adjust to the change in light, as she was hoisted to her feet and shoved toward the open door. She stumbled on the steps and slammed into the side of the bus, trying to regain her balance without full use of her hands.
"No stopping,"
the man said behind her. He grabbed her arm, hard enough that Nicole knew she would have bruises later, and guided her to the ground. She'd thought being back on solid ground would be at least a little reassuring, but as she took in the area around her, she wanted to climb back on the bus. The only thing around them was shipping containers, rows and rows of large metal shipping containers. The other girls gathered around her as they exited the bus, and Nicole heard one of them emit a strangled squeaking noise when she spied the containers. As if they found the situation humorous, one of the men chuckled as he walked to the container in front of them. The muscles in his arms rippled as he pried open the door, the sound of the groaning metal tearing into Nicole's skin like rusty iron claws. Beside her, Gail gasped and fell to her knees. Nicole tried to pull her back up before the men saw. Misty, obviously understanding the issue, rushed to Gail's other side, and the two girls managed to get her standing again, just as the man got the door fully open.
"Get inside."
His voice was low and harsh, but it was the motion of the gun trained on them that got them moving. "I can't go in there." Gail's voice was little more than a whimper, as if she were protesting more because she knew she should than from any real energy. Nicole tightened her grip on the girl's arm as they shuffled forward. "You will. God is with us even now. Remember that." For a moment, the light returned to Gail's eyes and she nodded. But as soon as they stepped into the large metal container, it was gone again. With another shuddering groan, the door closed behind them, and the girls were left alone once more in the dark, with no idea of what might happen next. Chapter 17. Grant. Though she tried to hide it, Grant could see the hint of hope on Al's face as Mila slowed the car. The house in front of them would be the perfect place to hide girls. Not only was it away from the city, but it appeared old, dilapidated, and unused. An ideal place to lay low and not rouse suspicion. Even more than that, it reeked with some invisible vibe. Grant couldn't define it, but as goosebumps erupted on his arm, he knew they would need to be extra vigilant. "Okay, we have no idea what we'll find in there," Mila said as she turned off the car. "So check your gear now." Grant patted his hip and his ankle to make sure those guns were still in their proper place. Then he adjusted his vest as he stepped out of the car. Silence filled the area, but it was not a contented silence. Something sinister floated in the air, though he could not put his finger on what it was. He was reminded of an old sermon about spiritual forces that could not be seen, being at war around them every day. If that were true, he had no doubt the forces here were all evil. As he waited for Mila and Al to join him, he scanned the yard. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. But he wondered if that was precisely the problem. Shouldn't there be something? The chirping of birds? The sound of traffic? Something? Instead, there was nothing. Nothing but deafening silence. Drawing her gun, Mila motioned them toward the house. Grant pulled his own firearm out and followed suit, careful to keep Al in his sights as well. They might not be together anymore, but she was here because of him, and he would do everything he could to keep her safe. Mila motioned for Grant and Al to take the front entrance and give her 2 minutes to reach the rear before entering. As Mila made her way around the side, Grant motioned for Al to approach the front door with him. With a terse nod, she began climbing the steps, carefully placing each foot in order to make the least amount of sound possible. Grant mirrored her approach on the other side of the stairs, being careful to avoid what appeared to be a sagging section of one of the steps. The deck was not in much better shape, and the wood creaked softly under their feet. Every noise put Grant on high alert, and every answering silence only deepened his feeling that something wasn't right. As he waited for the 2 minutes to elapse, he chanced glancing in one of the windows. Most of the inside had been covered with some sort of dark film, but a small hole on the side allowed him a limited view. Unfortunately, it was not enough to make anything out. In addition to the minuscule size, the lack of light coming from the room left him unable to discern anything. They were about to walk into this house blind, and that thought sent his stomach roiling. He'd worked many jobs in the past where he'd been forced to enter a building blind, but those were always the jobs where things were most likely to go wrong. With no idea who was on the inside or what kind of firepower they might have, it was always a gamble going in blind, and Grant had lost more than one friend to situations like these over the years. Al's motion from his left grabbed his attention, and after checking his watch to see the 2 minutes were indeed up, he reached for the door handle. Al took position behind him. Once the door opened, the two would enter almost simultaneously, each protecting a different side and the other's back. He gave her a final nod and then grasped the handle. Though he wasn't sure he'd expected it to be locked, the motion of its swinging open freely startled him briefly. But he recovered and aimed his gun at the empty room. Nothing was on his side except an old chair and a table in desperate need of repair. There was not even a place for someone to hide. "Clear," he whispered, and Al responded in kind. Together they moved into the next room, a kitchen that had also seen better days. Faded wallpaper peeled from the walls, curling down like drooping petals from a dying flower, and a layer of dust was evident on many of the surfaces. However, the chipped laminate top of the table was dust-free, which led him to believe it, at least, had been used recently. They moved from the kitchen and joined Mila, who had entered silently from the back door. There wasn't much left to the house, a few bedrooms and maybe a bathroom or two. Every door was closed, and just like they did with the front door, they took turns opening the door and entering the room. When all were clear, they holstered their guns and shared a silent sigh. "Okay, let's look around and make sure we didn't miss anything," Mila said. "Scour every surface, every corner."
"We could get a unit in here to dust for prints as well," Grant said, remembering the table. "I doubt they touched much, but they had to have touched something."
"Let's see if we find anything first." Without waiting for a response, she exited the current room.
"I'll take this one, if you want to take the one down the hall."
Grant could see the defeat on Al's face, though she tried to keep her face stoic. She nodded, and seconds later he was alone in the room. Physically, at least. He had never been one to believe in auras or essences or anything like that, but he could feel that someone had been in this room recently. With no furniture, there was little to scan, so he started with the floorboards. If there was going to be a clue, it would have to be down there, or up high enough to avoid casual glances, and he had seen nothing near the ceiling with his cursory inspection. Careful to scan every inch as he walked, Grant tried to think of what he might even be looking for. A piece of paper? A word scratched in the wood of the floor or the wall? What would the girls even have with them? Suddenly, a small white shape in the far corner caught his eye. Ignoring the urge to rush over and inspect it, he continued his careful steps in that direction. The last thing he wanted to do was miss something in his haste to grab whatever was in the corner, especially if it turned out to be nothing. When he finally reached the item, relief and fear flooded him simultaneously. He picked up the watch band. It was too new to have been left by the old owner, which meant it had to belong to one of the girls. But how was that going to help them? "Find anything?" He held out the watch band to Al and watched as the color drained from her face. She took the band and held it delicately in her hands, as if she were afraid that the wrong touch would cause it to crumble. "That's Nicole's. I bought it for her birthday. Do you think? Her voice faltered, and he knew she was trying not to focus on the worst possible scenario. Grant touched her shoulder.
It doesn't look like it was ripped off. First, the face is missing. But second, there's no tearing or stretching. I think she left it as a message for us.
Al nodded. It was clear she wanted to believe him, to hold on to whatever hope that might bring.
Even better, it means she may still have the face. If she does, and she can find a way to connect to a satellite, we can track her.
How will she do that? Won't she need her phone to access it?
To make the results display, yes. But if anyone follows her workouts, and she begins and ends one, they might be able to see it.
Did you two find anything? It was clear from the annoyance in Mila's voice that she had come up empty.
We found Nicole's watch band, Grant said,
nodding at the straps still in Al's hand.
If she can find a way to connect to a satellite, we might be able to track it.
Mila's eyes narrowed as she stared at the bands. What kind of watch? A Garmin? Al said. I don't remember the exact model, but I'm sure I still have a receipt. Good. Let's head back and see if you can find out. Some of these newer models actually come with a tracking feature, so we may not even have to wait for her to activate it, as long as the battery hasn't died. Grant was old school. His watch was the kind with the minute and hour hand, and the only thing fancy it did was show the date.
How long do the batteries on these watches usually last?
Al's lips pursed, and she stared down at the straps for a long minute before meeting his gaze. 1 to 3 days, depending on use. Then we better get started now. Mila turned and marched out of the room, leaving no room for argument, though neither Grant nor Al had one anyway.
We'll find her.
Grant meant the words to be reassuring, but he hoped they would not turn out to be empty. He'd already hurt Al once, and he didn't want to do it again. Al nodded and followed Mila's lead. By the time they reached the captain, she was already at the front door. With a swift jerk, she pulled it open and stepped outside. Al followed, but before she reached the steps, a high-pitched zinging noise reached Grant's ears, and Al's shoulder flew backward before the rest of her crumpled to the ground. Shots fired! Take cover! Mila's voice, though loud, sounded distorted, like she was yelling through a tin can from 20 yards, rather than the 10 feet or less that separated them. Grant knew the first thing he should do was return the fire and take out the shooter, but he could not leave Al laying on the porch defenseless and in plain sight. He fired off a few shots in the direction Mila was shooting before lowering his gun and circling his arms under Al's. Hopefully, they were only facing one shooter, and Mila could distract them long enough to allow Grant to get Al to cover. If there were more, Grant shook his head. He couldn't think about that. Not now. He could see Al's chest slowly rising and falling as he placed her against the wall just inside the front door. The bullet had hit her arm, but it didn't appear deep.
Be right back,
he whispered to her before rejoining Mila on the porch. The exchange had stopped, and Mila held up her hand. In the distance, Grant could hear the sound of an engine roaring to life, followed by the squeal of tires. Whoever had been shooting at them was gone now, with no way to track them. Dang it! Mila sighed and shook her head. Is she okay?
She'll need medical attention, but it looks to be a flesh wound. Think it was one of the kidnappers?
Mila shrugged as she pulled out her phone. Not sure who else it would be. I guess we should be glad their aim isn't better. That could have been bad. Placing the phone to her ear, she rattled off a request for an ambulance for Al. Could have been bad? In Grant's estimation, the situation still was bad. Al was injured, the girls weren't at the house, and other than the watch band, they had no clues to even begin processing. Grant wasn't sure it could get much worse. In his head, the time clock was still counting down. The first 48 hours after someone went missing were the most crucial, and those had already passed. The 72-hour mark was nearing, and Grant felt they weren't much closer than when they'd started. Leaving Mila to wait for the ambulance on the porch, Grant re-entered the house to check on Al. Though pain still swam in her eyes, she had them open and had managed to move into a more upright position. "Did you get him? The jerk who shot me?" The corners of Grant's lips twitched, even as he shook his head. Leave it to Al to flash her cocky persona, even with a bullet wound. "Sorry, whoever it was got away. You earned a ride to the hospital in an ambulance, though." "Oh no," she said, shaking her head. "There's no time for that. Just bandage me up and let's get back to work."
"Not happening, Al. You were shot, and you will get checked out. It might not be a deep wound, but it could still get infected, and you're no good if that happens."
"There isn't time." Her angry words came through clenched teeth, advertising her pain as she tried to stand. "I have to find Nicole." Grant placed a hand on her uninjured shoulder to still her.
"Mila and I will keep looking for Nicole. We will find her."
As his hand moved to her cheek, he almost added that he couldn't lose her too, but he stopped himself in time. They weren't a couple any longer, and no matter how much watching her get shot had terrified him, he couldn't put that on her shoulders, not with everything she was already carrying. "Grant, The tendon in Al's neck danced and bulged, and her low voice vibrated against Grant's ears. He knew she wanted to argue. She was the type that would fight to the end. But he also knew she was in pain, and that she understood the fastest way for her to get back out there was to get stitched up. Her eyes held his, and he could see the questions in them. He didn't have an answer for her, at least not right now. All he knew was that his heart was still beating too quickly after seeing her shot, letting him know what he'd already guessed, that he still cared about her. Whether they could try again was a question for another time. Al must have realized it too, as she sighed when he dropped his hand from her face. "Fine, but I'm only going in long enough to get cleaned up, not a minute longer." Grant grinned and shook his head.
"I would expect nothing less."
Chapter 18. Nicole. I'm so hungry. Though there was no light in the container, Nicole was almost certain the voice was Misty's. "Me too. Do you think they plan to let us starve in here?" That voice was definitely Shyla's. She had a slight southern twang that had followed her from Texas. Gail had yet to say anything, and Nicole grew more concerned for her. None of them had said so aloud, but she was pretty sure they all knew their chances of getting out of this situation were slim. Still, succumbing to the hopelessness would do no good, which was why Nicole allowed the half-truth to slip from her lips. "I don't think they plan to starve us. I'm sure they'll be back with food soon." The only question was, what else would they give the girls? Nicole had researched enough human trafficking stories to know the victims were often plied with drugs to make them more cooperative and lower their inhibitions. That alone scared her, but it was what came after the drugs that sent a shiver shuddering through her body. "Why do you think they picked us?" Gail's voice was soft and strained, but just the sound of it gave Nicole hope. The woman hadn't given up yet. "There are only two possibilities." Brida's voice still held the hard edge. "Either we were victims of opportunity, and they just happened to cross our van, which I doubt, or someone informed them." Though she could not see the other women's faces, Nicole felt the same shock burning in her chest, resonating from them. "You think someone told them we were coming?" "I do. Look, most of the women who are trafficked from here are either women from the streets who few people will miss, or immigrants forced into labor to pay their transportation debt. None of you seem to fit that bill, so it makes the most sense that someone tipped off the cartel. The only question is why." "Well, I fit that bill," Misty said softly. I mean, I had just broken up with my boyfriend and was bouncing from house to house. No one even knows to look for me. But only you guys knew that. I do too, Shyla added. I had been working the streets for money before I moved to Fire Beach, but that wasn't common knowledge either. In fact, if someone told the cartel we were coming, it would make the most sense to be the person who organized the trip. You're from here after all, aren't you, Maritza? There was shock and anger in Maritza's voice when she spoke. I can't believe you would even think that. Yes, I'm from here, but I would never do such a thing. I work to spread awareness of human trafficking because my sister was a victim. That's a nice story, if it's true, Shyla said. But how do we know it is? If we get out, I can prove it to you, but I can't do anything about it while we're in here. You'll just have to trust me. Okay, we all need to calm down. Suspicions were running rampant through Nicole's mind too, but the last thing they needed was to turn on each other. No offense, Brita, but it seems much more likely that someone at the mission here informed the cartel if anyone did. Who all knew we were coming? Everyone at the mission knew. We always try to pitch in to help when we have groups arrive. But only myself, Manuel the driver, and Gloria, the head of our communications, knew exactly when you were arriving. They shot Manuel, so I doubt it was him, Misty said with a sigh. Which just leaves you and Gloria. I never thought to suspect a woman. That's because people don't know enough about the topic. Gail's quiet voice was filled with a resigned sadness. Actually, nearly a third of traffickers are women. A third? Nicole couldn't believe the number was that high, though she supposed she could understand why. Most children, but girls especially, were brought up from a young age to suspect men. It was always, don't take candy from the man, or don't follow the man to see his puppy. But rarely were they taught to avoid women. Instead, women were seen as saviors, protectors, caregivers. Those who would dry your tears and give you a shoulder to cry on. Those who would protect you and take you back to your mother if you were lost. It was this exploitative nature that made women the perfect traffickers. They could lure the victims in easier and then turn them over. Plus, many of the women who trafficked had been trafficked themselves. Yes, and growing every year. The victims who escape are usually able to identify the women who lured them, but they rarely see the men at the top. It's why they are so much harder to stop. But even though the women at the bottom get caught, there always seems to be another to take their place. How do you know so much about trafficking? Suspicion floated in Shyla's voice. Gail issued a soft sigh. My daughter was taken a year ago. When she disappeared, my husband and I threw ourselves into researching all we could. We even helped with the local task force in our community. When we got her back, I thought we were the luckiest people on earth. I knew she would have trauma, but at least she was alive, you know? We moved to Fire Beach for a new start. She had nightmares about our old house and neighborhood. She couldn't even return to her school. Ironic that we saved her only to lose her to senseless violence a few months later. Gail, I'm so sorry. Nicole wished she could put her arm around the other woman. Gail had shared the story of her family being killed in a drive-by shooting, but she'd never shared this part of the story. No wonder the woman was broken. It was amazing she hadn't given up on God after the first tragedy. How she managed to keep her faith after the second was the stuff of miracles. The funny thing is, I was at the church not because I wanted to help people or even get help, but because I wanted to turn them from God. How on earth could a loving God let happen what happened to my family, to me? Now, I wonder if this is my punishment. Nicole shook her head, though she knew the other woman could not see the gesture in the darkness. God doesn't work like that. Tragedies happen in this world because people choose to sin. All of that grieves God, and He watches and waits for us to realize our mistakes and turn back to Him. Not sure what good that does when our good choices still lead us here. A bitterness that hadn't been there before colored Misty's tone. I knew my boyfriend was bad news and that I wasn't living right. That's why I left him and went to the church. But a lot of good that did me. Nicole wished she had the right words to say to these girls, but nothing she could say would change their situation. And though she knew that God cared about them, she also couldn't help but wonder why this had happened. She'd been trying to save girls, and now she was the one who needed saving. A clanking metallic sound rang throughout the container, and then the door opened. Once again, Nicole had to throw her hand up to shield her eyes. "Eat. We'll be leaving soon." Though she could not see his face, Nicole thought the voice belonged to the driver. The sound of something sliding across the floor filled the air before being replaced by the creaking of the door once again. And when she could finally focus, Nicole saw a battery-powered lantern shedding a soft yet eerie glow on a plastic tray that held 6 sandwiches, 6 bags of chips, and 6 water bottles. A part of her wanted to destroy the food, stomp it to pieces, or tear it to shreds. After all, who knew what they might have put inside it? But the other, more rational side of her knew their meals might be few and far between from here on out. If they had a chance of escaping, they would need their strength and their wits, and the only way to do that was to eat. Besides, everything looked neatly wrapped and unopened. "Come on, it's food." Nicole motioned for the girls to join her, though she was unsure if they could see her hand. She was closest to the light, but they were just shadows on the edge of the darkness. Shyla appeared first, then Misty, Maritza, Brita, and finally Gail. Nicole handed out the food and watched the girls tear into theirs. She knew none of them were in a praying mood, but regardless of her situation, she could not eat without speaking to God first. He hadn't answered her prayers so far, but that didn't mean he wouldn't. Closing her eyes, she mouthed the words softly as she held the sandwich in her lap. "Lord, thank you for this food. Please let it be safe. Watch over us and deliver us from this evil. Give us strength and the ability to make the right decision when the time comes. Amen." "You're still praying?" Shyla asked, pausing long enough to pose the question and wipe a stray bit of food from the corner of her mouth. "I am. I know this isn't what I'd planned on, but I have faith that God will save us." It wasn't as much faith as she wanted at the moment. She wanted the kind that would move mountains. But it was still there, and she knew God would understand her doubt at the moment. Misty scoffed and shook her head. "How? No one even knows where we are, and Brita's faith in the local police certainly hasn't given me any warm fuzzies that they'll find us." Nicole bit her lip as she unwrapped her sandwich. Should she tell them? She wasn't sure who she could trust, but more than that, she worried what they might let slip if they were tortured enough. Perhaps she could tell them a little, enough to give them hope without giving everything away. "I have someone who will look for me." That news seemed to infuse Gail with momentary strength. Her eyes lifted to Nicole's as she asked, "Who?" "Yeah, I thought you forgot to email anyone you were on this trip," Misty added, her suspicion now clearly aimed at Nicole. "I did, but before this trip, I met someone who shared my love of fitness. We both have a Garmin watch and we follow each other's workouts. He'll know something is wrong when I don't post one." It wasn't a total lie. Anson did follow her workouts. She wasn't quite sure why, but she liked to tell herself it was because he was developing feelings for her as well. Shyla stared at her with narrowed eyes, as if trying to decide if Nicole was telling the truth. "Even if he does, so what? Miguel has probably alerted the Fire Beach police already, but what can they do? And Brita said the local police know but probably won't do anything." Nicole thought about the watch face against her chest. Misty and Brita knew about it, but they'd said nothing either. Evidently, they didn't trust everyone either. She thought about Anson and Al, but something told her to keep that information to herself. Somehow, some way, they would escape. Chapter 19. Al. It is just a flesh wound. Can you just sew me up so I can get out of here? Agitation was getting the better of Al, but she couldn't help it. After the ambulance had brought her in, they'd sent her to a room to wait, and she was still waiting. Al understood that the hospital was busy and her wound was not as serious as others, but she needed to get back to searching for her sister before it was too late. The nurse's lips formed a tight smile, trying to hide her irritation with Al. I'll go see what's keeping the doctor. Can't you just do it? Al flinched as the woman shot her an impressive glare. Look, I wouldn't ask, but I'm searching for my sister. She's been taken, and I'm running out of time to find her. The nurse narrowed her eyes and studied Al, probably debating on whether Al was telling the truth or not. Being an ER nurse, she had no doubt heard a lot of stories. Finally, her face softened. I can't stitch you up, but I'll see if I can move you up. Thank you. Al sighed as she leaned back against the pillow. A moment later, the door opened again, and her eyes popped open at the sound of a masculine voice. I hear you've been giving my nurse a hard time. The doctor was young and good-looking, with dark skin and even darker hair. That, while cut short, hinted it was naturally curly. He looked more like he belonged on the set of a soap opera than in an emergency department. It was a good thing Al didn't have time to fall for charming doctors, or she might find herself staying in Panama to get to know this one better. I wouldn't call it a hard time, just a gentle nudging. The doctor lifted an eyebrow at her. Okay, maybe a not-so-gentle nudging. I just need to get out of here. The doctor squirted some antibacterial gel into his hands and rubbed them together before approaching. Is our hospital so bad that you can't wait to get out of here? I mean, I know it's not the Hilton, but we try to make it as comfortable as possible. The crooked smile he offered with his teasing words sent Al's heart thumping in her chest, but now was not the time for distractions. Besides, she still needed to figure out her feelings for Grant. She'd thought they were all gone, stamped out with the last argument, but spending so much time around him had brought them all to the surface again. In fact, as she looked at the doctor closer, she realized all the things she liked about him were characteristics he shared with Grant. Oh man, was she in trouble. I'm sure it's amazing, but I need to save my sister. Your sister? The doctor unwrapped the gauze covering her arm to assess the wound. Is that how you got shot? Al hadn't wanted to change. The nurse had compromised by cutting off her sleeve and wrapping the wound with gauze after she cleaned it. It is. Unfortunately, some bad people took my sister, and I don't have much time to find her. So can we speed this up? The doctor glanced at her before returning to his examination. You were lucky. This time. The bullet didn't even pierce the skin, but it did leave a burn trail from where it grazed. The nurse did a good job cleaning it out, but I want to do a more thorough cleaning and give you a tetanus shot. Infection is your biggest concern. Great, but then can I get back to work? Normally, we advise light duty after an injury like this, but I get the feeling you aren't going to agree to that even if I order it, are you? Al shook her head. Not until I find my sister, but then I'll take some time off to rest, I promise. The doctor's jaw tightened as if he wanted to fight Al and assert his authority, but he must have figured it would do no good. Fine. He sighed softly. Let me get what I need and I'll be right back. An hour later, Al walked out of the hospital with a new bandage, an extra dose of painkillers, and care instructions for her wound. She scanned the area for the car Mila had promised would be waiting for her, and a moment later it pulled to the curb in front of her. A man, clad in a police uniform, got out and opened the back door for her. She wondered briefly why he was putting her in the back like a criminal, rather than letting her ride up front. But as if reading her unspoken question, he glanced toward the passenger seat and sighed.
I'd let you sit up front, but the passenger airbag has a malfunction. Company policy says no one can ride in that seat until it's fixed.
Al found that slightly odd, but she could understand the safety liability behind the policy. If someone sat in the front and there was an accident, they could sue for the injuries. I see. Well, thanks for swinging back by to get me, she said as she slid into the police car. She'd called Grant when the doctor had agreed to release her, and he'd assured her Mila would send a car.
Don't worry about it.
Al didn't recognize the driver, but she'd met so many people that morning, she figured he was just one she didn't remember. Exhaling, she leaned back into the seat, closed her eyes, and tried to fight the pain still threatening to cloud her vision. The painkillers helped, but the dull throb did not abate completely, and she still couldn't think of how else they could go about finding Nicole. As she played the scene at the house over in her head, something nagged at the back of her brain. Nicole had obviously been at the house, and someone had known to find them there. Had it been pure luck the shooter had come back? Or had he or she known to come back? And how about Nicole no longer being there? Was that their normal procedure? Or had the team finding the house's address spurred the move? And if the latter, how would the cartel have known? Suddenly, Al's eyes popped open, and she studied what she could see of the driver again. She was not always the best with names, but she was generally good with faces. And as she looked closer at the driver, she became more convinced that he had not been one of the men she'd been introduced to that morning. Of course, it could mean nothing. He might have been out of the room when introductions were made, or maybe he was Mila's assistant and didn't attend briefings but performed errands like this one. But the niggling doubt in the back of her mind told her that probably wasn't the case. What part of the department do you work in? Al forced her voice to sound calm, light, as if she was asking out of curiosity and not fear for her life. He glanced in the rearview mirror, and Al knew when his ice-cold eyes met her gaze that he was not who he seemed. She'd done the stupidest thing a person could do in a foreign country, or anywhere, really. She'd assumed. She'd gotten in the car with a total stranger because she'd assumed he worked for Mila. The mnemonic device one high school teacher had shared with her about the word assume popped in her mind. Assume just means you make a donkey out of you and me, the teacher had said. She'd never been one to curse, and the class had laughed at the play on words. But Al wasn't laughing now. Instead, she was berating herself for being so stupid. No, not stupid, just not discerning enough. After all, he did have a police car, which is why she hadn't suspected anything. Wait, how did he have a police car unless...
Communications.
The word itself held little meaning, but Nicole could swear the smile he flashed at her was sinister. It was a cross between the crazy smile of the Joker and the predatory smile of a serial killer, and it sent a rush of cold flooding her body like she hadn't felt since her last ice bath. She hadn't thought to consider a mole inside the unit, and she doubted Mila or Grant had either. How long would it take them to realize she was missing? And when they did, would they try to find her or keep tracking Nicole? Nicole. They would have to continue searching for Nicole, which meant she was on her own, without her gun and with little idea of who she was dealing with. And what if Mila was the leak? What if all of this was to get Al out of the picture and have Grant to herself? She shook her head. That was ludicrous, wasn't it? Still, Mila was a woman in charge of a bunch of men in an overwhelmingly male profession, something that didn't happen often, so it wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibility. And if she got out of this current situation, she would definitely find out for sure. However, she had to get out of this situation first. Pretending she hadn't caught his looks, she continued the conversation, hoping she could get him to slip up somehow. Oh yeah? Like the public relations side or the internal side?
Internal. Everything that comes in or out of the station goes through me.
This time, his words carried the feeling that they were laced with a threat, and Al felt her heart sink further. I see. You must be very good at your job. How long have you been there? The man chuckled, a deep, throaty, you silly woman chuckle.
Long enough to be useful. It's a shame I probably won't be able to go back. It was nice to be on the inside loop and supply the useful information. But I fulfilled my duty. Someone new can take my place.
His words sent a shiver racing down Al's spine. She supposed somewhere deep down she had hoped to be wrong about the man. But the fact that he had no plans to return to the station meant that she was in more trouble than she thought. As the car continued to who knew where in the city Al was unfamiliar with, she ran through her options. There weren't many. The divider between his seat and hers made it impossible for her to attack him, and the locks on her doors made it impossible for her to get out. She didn't have her gun or her badge, as the EMT had given them to Grant before she'd been taken away in the ambulance. In fact, the only option she really had was to either try and overpower him or make a run for it when they stopped. Neither sounded like a great choice, as she had no idea where they were going or who else might be there. Nor did she know if the driver was armed, though she suspected he was. It looked like waiting, as much as it killed her, was all she could do for now. Chapter 20. Grant. Grant checked the time on his watch for what seemed like the 1,000th time. Mila had sent a car for Al over an hour ago, so why wasn't she here yet? He approached his friend and leaned in so he could keep his voice low.
Mila, have you heard from the guy you sent to pick up Al yet? I know paperwork can be a hang-up sometimes, but this seems to be taking an excessively long time.
Mila glanced down at her watch and lifted her eyebrows. Whoa, I didn't realize it had been that long. That is abnormal. She turned to the man closest to her right. Reed, can you check on Hernandez for me? Find out what's taking so long.
Yes, ma'am.
As Reed picked up his phone, Grant wandered toward the whiteboard to study the evidence again. They had to be missing something, but what? Manuel's daughter had led them to Anita. Anita's journal had contained little useful information, but the scrap of paper Al had found had led them to Ramon and the house. But the house had turned up little. The house. He rubbed a hand across his neck, hoping to ease his tense muscles. Why did something feel off about the house? He looked again at the information for the women and the men Mari had gotten on camera. He didn't think Ramon would have known they visited Anita's house, or that they knew of the connection between her and Ramon. So why would the traffickers have left?
Ma'am, I've got something here on facial recognition.
This came from Carbone, a man in the back who had been running pictures of the two men and the woman Mari had caught on her phone through facial recognition software all morning. Grant joined Mila behind the man.
There's nothing current, but I got a hit on an old missing person report.
He tapped the face of a young girl, maybe 6 or 7.
Age progression shows that 9 out of 10 markers match this girl, Selena Barba. She disappeared at the age of 6, taken from school. Her parents searched for her but never found her. The case was declared cold a few years later.
She was groomed. Hard lines erupted on Mila's face, like weathered etches in stone. They probably forced her into the life and then trained her to help them. Send out her face to the local authorities and warn the schools and churches. If Mari saw her, maybe others have too. Grant knew trafficking had been an issue for a long time, but seeing the reality of it on the screen drove the message home even further. How many more of these children, snatched when they were too young to know better, were forced into this life until it became normal? How many more were now like Selena, recruiting the next generation who would be used, tortured, killed, or forced into the same job she currently had? Bile rose in his throat. This had to be stopped.
Do we have anything else on her? Are her parents still alive? Any family?
Grant was grasping at straws, but he kept thinking that maybe if they could show her what her life was supposed to be, they could still save her.
I'll check.
Ma'am, we have a problem.
Grant and Mila glanced toward Reed, whose face was ashen.
I just got a call from patrol. They found Hernandez behind a dumpster near the hospital. He's dead.
Dead? Grant's hand flew to his chest as a tightening sensation gripped his heart.
Does that mean Al's still at the hospital?
If she was, why wouldn't she have called to let them know her ride never showed?
No, sir. I checked with the hospital, and they said Al got in a patrol car almost an hour ago.
Beside him, Mila stood still as a statue, but Grant could feel the rage radiating off her in waves. When she spoke, her voice was low and cold, a tone he had only heard once before from her. That means we have a mole.
A spy? On the inside? How is that possible?
Grant couldn't process the possibility, but even as he denied it, the house flashed in his mind again.
The house. That's how they knew we were going to the house.
He could see the fear on Reed's face, and around the room the men glanced at each other with expressions of unease. How on earth would they find out who the traitor was? Okay, first things first, Mila said, taking charge of the situation. I want a list of everyone who's not here. We deal with them first. If that doesn't deliver our mole, then we start looking into phone and computer records. No one leaves without my allowance. Reed, call security and tell them we're in lockdown until we know.
Yes, ma'am.
Though still shocked, Reed looked relieved to be doing something. But what about the rest of the men? Grant panned the room, observing each man for guilty behavior, a shifting of the eyes, fidgeting with their phones, anything out of the ordinary. But other than appearing as shocked as Reed, none of the men looked guilty.
How many other departments do you have here?
He asked Mila. The station wasn't huge, but Grant knew not everyone who worked there was in the room right now. Several, plus we'll have to take into account anyone in maintenance, communications, and cleaning, any contractors as well.
We don't have time for this, Grant said softly.
Not only was Nicole's time running out, but now it appeared Al was on a clock as well. We have to make time. Our mole might have left to get Al himself, or he might still be here, waiting to pass whatever move we make on to whoever is on the outside. We're going to have to hope it's the former, and that we only have one mole.
How will we know if there are more?
If they seem to know our next move again, we'll have to assume that. But let's wait to cross that bridge until we get there. Waiting was not Grant's strong point, especially when Al's life was in danger.
Okay, what can I do then?
Mila chewed on her bottom lip. It was a habit she'd had when they worked together, but he hadn't seen her do it since he'd arrived. Until now. That meant she was really worried. Get with Carbone back there and start looking through camera feeds. Anything near the hospital. I'm sure he disabled the location service of the car, but check anyway. Even if he did, you should be able to at least find out what direction they left. That will help. Grant nodded and made his way back to the quiet man at the back. Carbone had spoken little, but his image gave Grant confidence that he knew his way around computers. The man had shaggy brown hair that hung down to his thick black glasses, and scars from what looked like a particularly gnarly patch of acne at one time.
Hey, Carbone. Captain Esperanza sent me over here to see if we can find anything on the patrol car on local videos.
Carbone nodded, not bothering to greet Grant or even look at him directly.
I found it on the main camera outside the hospital. It then turns left on Avenida Luis Clement.
He clicked a few times on his mouse, bringing up another few video screens.
Ah, there it is again, heading out of town on 23 Este.
Out of town. That sounded about right to Grant. He'd want to get as far from the city as possible if he'd just taken a cop.
Unfortunately, that's the last camera we have available. Okay, so where could they go from there?
Carbone clicked another map.
They could hit Santa Costera, and then it would be nearly impossible to stop them. Santa Costera is a main highway that goes both north and south. You can get anywhere from that road. Mila, we need to get patrol watching the Santa Costera for that car.
Grant hollered toward his friend before turning back to Carbone.
Okay, what else? Say they don't get on Santa Costera. What's around there that's empty? A building or factory? Someplace kind of secluded.
Carbone flicked his hair off his forehead as he stared at the screen. Then he clicked another few buttons, and a land layout popped up.
There is an old factory near there. It's pretty secluded. There's also a shipping yard close by. I think it's still used occasionally, but it probably has some buildings on it that aren't used often.
Grant bit his lip. Of course they would send men to both, and they could both turn out to be a bust. But he wanted to have the best chance of arriving at the place where Al might be. The question was, which one was that?
Thanks, Carbone. I'll be right back.
Grant returned to Mila and leaned close to whisper.
Mila, I know you put us on lockdown, but we have 2 possible locations where Al might be. Can you unlock enough of us to send out 2 parties?
Mila's lips mashed together before she turned to Reed. Reed, how is that list coming of who should be here but isn't?
Just got the last call, boss. There are 2 employees unaccounted for and 5 on patrol.
Okay, let's assume it's not the patrol guys, as they would have had their own car. And I don't think they were here when we got the call from Al. Her voice trailed off, as if something had just occurred to her. Reed, are either of those 2 employees on our communications staff? A soft clicking sounded before Reed looked up with wide eyes.
Martin Domingo is.
Let's start there. Get me everything you can on Martin Domingo. There might be more than one mole out there, but right now Martin and the other employee are our prime suspects. Tell security to watch out for them and to ask everyone leaving where they're going before they call us so we can clear it. I want a list if anyone else makes an unaccounted disappearance.
Yes, ma'am.
Reed issued a terse nod as he lifted the phone receiver to his ear. Mila turned back to Grant. You said you need 2 teams?
Yeah. Carbone found 2 possible hideouts if they didn't make a break for it. An old abandoned factory and a shipping yard. I want to hit the yard. It just feels like the right place. But will you cover the factory so I know someone I can trust is there?
Of course. Let's gather up and make a plan. Chapter 21. Al.
Wake up!
The burning sensation of a hand against her cheek caused Al to jump. She blinked as she tried to open her eyes, but the throbbing in her head forced them closed again. Why did her head hurt so badly? But then she remembered. When she'd finally realized how dire the situation was, she'd tried to fight the man when the car stopped and he opened the door. Unfortunately, he had been bigger and stronger than she was, and even with her training, she was little match for him. He'd slammed her against the car, but that was the last thing she remembered. She had no idea where she was now or how long she'd been out. Where am I? She wondered if the heaviness of her eyelids meant they were swollen as well.
Wrong. I ask the questions here.
The hand slapped her other cheek, sending a burning sensation down that side as well.
How much do they know?
No? About what? Al knew playing stupid wouldn't last for long, but she didn't have many other options.
About the house. I know you were there. Next time I'll aim better.
Those words forced Al's eyes open even against the pain. Yep, they were definitely swollen as well. However, this was the man who had shot her, and she wanted a good look at him, even if it was the last thing she did. I don't know what you're talking about. We were investigating the house because a stolen vehicle report led us there.
Liar!
The man grabbed her chin, his fingers digging into her soft flesh like talons, and lifted her face to his. His rancid breath rolled over like hungry waves at a beach.
You're not very good at telling stories, so let's try this again. What do they know?
I'm not lying. Al took note of the shaved head and the tattoos across his eye and down his neck. If she ever got out of here, those would certainly help her identify him. Though many were indistinguishable, either due to age or a poor artist, a few stood out, but it was the 5-point crown that caught her attention. She had seen a tattoo like that recently on someone else. But who? Where? We spoke with a man who said the car registered to his address was stolen, and as it may have been used in a drive-by shooting, we needed to follow up. She hoped she wasn't putting Anita's uncle in danger, but it was the only card she could play in her hand.
That's stupid.
A litany of curses flew from his mouth as he backed away from Al and ran a hand over his bare head. Though it still hurt, Al forced her eyes to remain open. His behavior was odd, almost as if he wasn't the one in charge, though he clearly wanted to be.
It doesn't matter. We'll take care of the good uncle after we take care of you.
He smiled at her, a predatory gleam radiating from his eyes.
Can't have loose ends after all, and once the girls are shipped from here, there will be no tracing them.
It doesn't have to be like this. Al forced her voice to remain even. She had no leverage in this situation other than the fact that she was a cop. He would probably have no qualms killing her, but it was all she had. You can let me go and get out of here. I have no doubt your rap sheet is long, but there's no need to add killing a cop to it. He laughed at her, the sound tearing the shreds of hope she had been building apart.
You think I haven't already killed a cop? That's ripe. You see these?
He leaned closer and pointed to the tiny tattooed teardrops trailing down his face and neck.
Each one of these represents someone I've killed. The blue ones were cops.
As Al took in the number of blue drops, her heart sank further. She had no doubt the trail continued down his chest, and there would be more than she could see currently.
The only question now is whether I kill you quickly or take my time with you.
Neither sounded appealing to Al, but before he even had the chance to say more, another man burst into the room.
We have a problem. There's a team of cops heading this way.
The tattooed man glanced sharply at the intruder.
What? How did they find us here? I don't know, sir. Maybe she turned on us?
She? Were they talking about Anita? Or the other woman on Mari's phone? Or were they talking about one of the women with Nicole? Mari's phone. That was where she recognized this man from. He was one of the men she'd managed to take a picture of. Al was almost positive. The tattooed man held up his hand, silencing the other man.
She wouldn't dare. She's too stupid to have figured it out.
He turned back to Al.
The question now is, what do we do with you? Do we take you with us or leave you here?
Al tensed her jaw but said nothing. She was not going to give him the satisfaction of an answer. Suddenly, an alarm began blaring from somewhere nearby. It reminded her of fire alarms in school, but she smelled no smoke.
Leave her and let's go. We need to get the container on the ship and get out of here.
The tattooed man glanced to Al and then back to the other man, indecision rooting him to the spot momentarily. Finally, with an angry growl, he knocked Al across the chin, hard enough that her chair fell backward and her head hit the solid ground, filling her vision with stars and sending another stabbing pain down her back. She heard the sound of the door slamming and what sounded like a lock being engaged on the other side, and then she knew they were gone. Al took a few deep breaths to try and control the pain, but it was no use. She was going to have to work through it. Though she hadn't been talking to God as often as she should, she did so now, praying for wisdom and help. When the throbbing in her head faded to a manageable level, Al wiggled off the chair. Thankfully, they hadn't tied her to it, though her arms were still bound behind her back. As she rolled onto her stomach, she was reminded of an exercise at her dojo back home. The instructor had called them Superman and bananas, but basically it was laying on your stomach with your hands and feet stretched out, as if you were Superman flying, then rolling onto your back and lifting your legs and feet so you resembled a banana. Only this time, Al's hands were tied behind her back, and she couldn't put them out in front of her. However, she could still inch like a worm. And though it was a long and dirty process, she did just that until she reached the wall. Then she was able to roll over and lean against the wall, allowing herself to stand up. The effort intensified the pain once more, both in her head and in her arm. But she took a minute to draw deep breaths and slow her heart rate. Then she began to scan the room for anything that could free her hands, or any way to let someone know where she was. There wasn't much to the room. It appeared to be an old storage closet of some kind. But on the long abandoned shelves, Al found an old rusty hacksaw. It wasn't what she'd hoped to find, but it would cut through the ropes, binding her wrists easily enough. Unfortunately, if she wasn't careful, it would also cut through her skin. She stared at the saw for a minute, trying to embed the image in her mind. She'd always been good at those detective tests, the kind where you looked at a picture for a few minutes and then looked at another picture and had to find the differences. But her life wasn't generally on the line in those instances. It was always harder to concentrate when the image of death knocked constantly at the door of your mind. When she was certain she knew of the exact placement, she turned and positioned her hands so that the saw would hit the ropes. She pushed until she felt pressure, and when there was no pain with it, she began to move slowly back and forth. The satisfying sound of rope fibers popping reached her ears, and a few minutes later her hands were free. But that brought her no closer to getting out. There were no windows in the room, so she couldn't flag anyone down. Her only chance was to bang against the door and hope someone heard her. Someone who wanted to help her and not kill her. Another scouring of the shelves produced an old can of paint, which Al thought might do nicely as a gong against the metal door. Though her body ached and her muscles screamed in protest, she carried the paint can to the door and began to bang on it. The sound grated in her ears, making her want to stop, but she knew this was her only hope, and even it was a small one. So with every fiber in her being, she kept banging. Chapter 22. Grant. Grant knew as soon as he pulled into the shipping yard that he was in the right place. He had no idea how he knew, but he could almost feel Al's presence calling to him. The only problem was that the shipyard was huge, and he only had 5 guys with him. If he didn't get some divine help, he had no idea if they would find Al in time.
We have no idea what we're facing here, so keep your eyes open. Stay with someone as much as you can, but this is a big place, and we need to search every building. So be quick, but thorough. I don't know if Captain Esperanza prays with you, but I'd like to now. We could use some help.
None of the men objected, so Grant clapped a hand on the shoulder of the 2 nearest men and prayed for the group's safety and success.
Amen,
the men echoed after him, and the man to his right grabbed his hand and pumped it.
Thank you. Like you, I'm a believer, and I don't think we do that enough.
You're welcome.
He glanced down at the man's name badge.
Jones, you're with me. Everyone else, spread out.
The men did as commanded, but Grant took one more quiet moment.
Where is she, Lord? Help me find her.
He opened his eyes and felt a pull to the left.
Come on, we go this way.
The left held 2 large buildings that both appeared unused and in need of attention.
"Which one, sir?"
Jones asked. Grant paused and waited for guidance. Again, he felt the urge to go left. And with an almost imperceptible nod, he led the way into the building. He wasn't sure what the building had originally housed, but it currently appeared to be a large, unused space with a few doors on either side. As soon as they reached the middle of the room, though, a soft, metallic banging sound reached Grant's ears.
"Do you hear that?"
Jones asked. Grant nodded and closed his eyes for a moment, focusing on the sound. Then he snapped them open.
That way.
The banging slowed as they approached the door, and Grant beat on the other side of it.
Al, is that you?
Grant? Oh, thank goodness. Can you open the door? He glanced at the door. It appeared to be a simple lock, but he had no way of opening it.
It's locked on this side too, Al. It might take some time to find something to open it.
No, there is no time. Nicole and the girls are in a shipping container somewhere near here. They're planning to load them on a boat. You have to find them before it leaves. Indecision tore at Grant's heart.
I can't leave you here, Al. I won't.
You have to. Grant, you have to save them. Jones placed a hand on Grant's arm, and Grant turned to face him.
Go, sir. Go get the girls. I'll stay with her and find a way to get the door open.
Grant wanted to argue, to tell Jones that he should go and find the girls, but he knew Jones was right. He was the commander, and it was up to him to make the tough decisions.
Okay, you get her out.
I won't let you down, sir.
Grant could see the truth and the respect flowing from Jones's eyes, and he knew the man would do all he could to help Al.
Al, Officer Jones is going to stay here and find a way to get you out. I'm going to find your sister.
Hurry! Grant knew time was of the essence, but how were they going to find the one shipping container in this place full of containers in time? He pulled out his radio to alert the rest of the team.
Be advised, Detective Parker has been found, but the missing women are in a container somewhere in this yard. Suspects are still at large and considered armed and dangerous.
Copy that, came the reply from the other men. Then Grant grabbed his phone and dialed Mila. He had no idea how far away she was, or if she could even make it in time, but maybe she could find a way to stop the boat.
Mila, the girls are here. Al says they're in a shipping container and about to be smuggled off in a boat. Can you alert authorities to stop all boats near here in case we don't find the girls in time?
I'm on it. We'll wrap up here and head your direction. We should be there in 20 minutes.
Thanks.
Grant began making his way toward the loading dock. He felt exposed without someone covering his back, but he had no time to try and meet up with the other men. Nor did he want to risk radioing them again if they were close to the suspects. Suddenly, from up ahead, he heard gunshots ring out. Ignoring his personal safety, he ran toward the shots to find 2 of his men standing over the bodies of 2 other men. They glanced up at him as he approached.
Sorry, sir. They opened fire on us. We had no choice but to return it.
Though blood was already pooling around them, Grant checked the pulse of both of the men. Both were gone. He shook his head as he pulled out his phone to take pictures to send back to the station. He would have liked to take the men in alive and question them, but he had to believe his men had done what was necessary. At least the pictures would allow them to identify the men.
Did you see any others?
No, sir. Not over here.
With a sigh, Grant ran a hand across his chin. With the men dead, they had no way to find the girls aside from opening every container. He was about to order the men to do just that when his phone rang. He glanced at the ID, surprised to see Anson's number pop up. While he didn't really have time to talk to his analyst, he also knew Anson wouldn't be calling if it wasn't important.
Dickson here.
Grant, I just got a ping on Nicole's Garmin.
Excitement flooded Anson's voice.
What? How is that possible?
I don't know. She started an activity, and it must have picked up on a nearby wireless network. You're only a few hundred feet from where it's coming from. I'll send you a link for the live feed so you can follow it.
A ding sounded in Grant's ear, and he lowered the phone to check the message. It appeared Nicole's Garmin was just north of him.
Thanks, Anson. I'm on it.
Stay safe, sir.
Grant ended the call and then studied the phone again.
All right, they're close, in one of these containers. Let's find them.
The men spread out and began opening the large metal doors. The sound of groaning metal filled the air, and Grant's heartbeat sped up as each container was cleared. They were close, but he had no idea if more of the cartel were around. As his hand closed on the metal handle, a feeling of peace settled over him, and he knew that this was the container. Darkness covered the back half of the container, but as the light enveloped him, he heard a shuffle near the back. "Grant, is that really you?" Suddenly, Nicole emerged from the back and threw herself into his arms.
It's okay. We've got you now.
"Oh, thank goodness, Grant. We were afraid no one would ever find us." As his arms wrapped around her, he felt the wetness from her cheeks seep into his shirt.
Well, it was thanks to your Garmin. That was a smart idea.
She pulled back enough to look up at him. "It worked?" He smiled and brushed a tear from her cheek.
It did. Anson called me as soon as he saw the activity register. How did you know to do that?
"I didn't know if it would work, but when I heard the gunshots, I figured I had to try. Anson and I try to challenge each other with our workouts, so we watch each other's activity. I just hoped it would register and he would see it." A soft blush colored her cheeks, causing Grant to wonder just how Anson had known to be watching her device. He'd have to find out just how close his analyst was to Nicole when he got back.
Come on, let's get you out of here.
"Wait, what about the men?" Misty asked as the rest of the women ventured into the light. None of them looked injured, though all appeared tired and weary.
The two we've encountered were killed. Are there more?
Grant pulled a knife from his pocket and began cutting the ties binding the women's hands. "We don't know," Nicole said, shaking her head. "There were more at the house, but they covered our heads when they loaded us on the bus. Weren't there 3 who brought us here, though?" She turned to the other women, who nodded. The one woman Grant didn't recognize from the pictures spoke up as she rubbed her wrists. "Yes, there were definitely 3.
Okay, well, maybe the last one is on the boat, or maybe he left. Either way, let's get you out of here, and then we can worry about him."
He helped the women out of the container, and the other men formed a circle of protection, weapons drawn.
Get them back to the station. I've got to get Jones and Detective Parker, and we'll meet you there.
Nicole grabbed onto his arm. "Al is here?"
Of course she is. She would never leave you here.
"Please, can I go with you?" Grant hesitated. It wasn't that he wanted to keep Al from Nicole, but he also wanted her safe. However, Al would probably want to see her as well.
"All right, come with me. Go ahead and take the others back," he said to the other men. "We'll go back with Captain Esperanza when she arrives."
As the men loaded the women into the cars, Grant led the way back to the building Al had been locked in. But as he opened the door, Nicole placed a hand on his arm. "Is she mad at me?"
Grant shook his head. "Believe me, she'll just be happy to see you. The rest can wait for another time."
Nicole took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay, let's go." Chapter 23. Al. It felt like forever before Al heard the sound of the door opening. But though she was exhausted, she was more than ready to get out of this room and help save her sister. When the door opened, though, it was not Grant or her sister on the other side, but another man. Immediately, she tensed, no longer trusting anyone she didn't know. But then she remembered Grant's words, and when the man smiled and held out his arms, Something about him told her he was okay, and she fell into his arms. She took just a moment to let his warmth rejuvenate her spirits before pulling back and straightening her shoulders. "Thank you for staying. Now let's go find Grant and my sister."
"No need," came the deep reply from behind her, and she turned to see both Grant and Nicole approaching. Though part of her wanted to run to Grant first and fall into his arms, she knew she needed to focus on Nicole.
"You're okay,"
she said as her sister fell into her embrace. Though it was obvious Nicole hadn't showered in days, Al had never been happier to see her.
"Thank goodness you're okay. Did they hurt you?"
"Not much," Nicole said, emotion choking her voice.
"But I'm certainly glad you found us when you did. Who knows what would have happened if you didn't? They were going to ship us somewhere."
"We'd like to round up as many of them as we can," Grant said, breaking the moment. "Did you get a look at any of them?"
Nicole nodded as she pulled back from Al. "Yeah, a few, plus the house."
"We've been to the house, and I doubt there's much more to find there, but we'd definitely like to round up as many of the players as we can."
"Speaking of the house," Al dug in her pocket and pulled out the watch bands she had taken from the house. "I think these belong to you."
Nicole smiled softly as she pulled the Garmin watch face from her bra.
"Thanks. I'm glad you found these. I was afraid I'd have to buy a new watch band."
"Yeah, that would have been terrible." She turned to Grant and placed a hand on his arm.
"Thank you for finding her."
Grant pulled her into his arms and wrapped his arms around her. "Always," he whispered softly into her ear. Al wanted to stay there, surrounded by his strength and warmth, but suddenly she remembered what the two men had said, and she pulled back.
"Grant, where are the other girls?"
"Relax. They're on their way back to the station with the rest of the team. Mila is on her way here to pick us up."
Mila. Yes, that was also a topic they needed to discuss. But it would have to wait until this case was closed, Al thought.
As the four of them headed out to wait for Mila, Grant pulled Al back a little. "When this is all over, I think we should talk," he said softly.
"Me too."
But Al wondered if their conversation would go the same direction. Mila's group was just pulling into the lot when the four of them exited the building. "Is everyone okay?" she asked as she stepped out of the car. "We're okay, Captain. Just happy it's over."
"Well, almost over. We need to get statements from everyone, and then we can release you. This group is big, but I want to take down as many players as we can."
Nicole nodded.
"I'm sure the rest of the girls will agree when I say we'll help any way we can."
The ride to the station was quiet, but Al enjoyed the moments of silence. With Nicole on her left and Grant on her right, she allowed their presences to rejuvenate her. And when they finally pulled into the station, she felt like she could make it another hour or two, however long it took. "Captain, we have the women in the holding rooms, but they're getting pretty antsy."
"Understandable. I want to get them home too, but first we need to find out all we can about the cartel members they saw."
She turned to Al and Nicole.
"Why don't you take your sister to our showers and let her clean up? There's a room right off where the two of you can get some sleep too. Grant, if you haven't forgotten, why don't you show them the way?"
Grant glanced her direction before turning back to Mila. "Actually, Mila, is it okay if Jones shows them? I'd like to sit in on the questioning." With those words, Al felt her heart break. She'd thought something was rekindling between herself and Grant, but she must have misread it. Perhaps there was more going on between Grant and his former co-worker than she'd suspected. Mila lifted an eyebrow at Grant but nodded.
"Jones, is that all right with you?"
"Yes, ma'am. I'd be more than happy to."
"Okay, then Grant, you're with me. Nicole will get your statement after you rest. There's probably some spare clothes in the supply closet, Jones. Get her set up with those as well."
Jones nodded and motioned for the girls to follow him. Al spared one final glance at Grant,
but he was focused on whatever the game plan with Mila was and didn't even look in her direction. Swallowing her disappointment, she caught up with Nicole and Jones. Though she could probably use a shower herself, she decided to spend the time thinking. She had no one to blame but herself for the ache in her heart. After all, Grant had said nothing to her about getting back together. But there'd been moments when it seemed he still cared about her as well, like when she'd been shot and when he'd first seen her after Jones got the door open. So how had she misread the situation so badly? Had her worry over Nicole hampered her intuition? "You want to talk about it?" Al glanced up to see Nicole standing in the doorway, drying her hair with a towel. The blue Panama police uniform was a little big on her, but it also made her look older. And for the first time, Al realized she'd been wrong to try and deter Nicole from helping. Police work wasn't easy, but the force also needed good people. And Nicole had shown over the last few days that she could keep her wits about her in stressful situations. "You smell better," Al said, ignoring her sister's question in hopes she wouldn't have to talk about Grant. Nicole smiled and sat down on the bunk next to Al. "Thanks. I feel better too, but you're deflecting. What's going on with you and Grant? I thought you were broken up." Al sighed and leaned back against the wall. "You know you're not actually a detective, right?" Nicole hung the towel over the metal railing of the bed and folded her arms. "Well, I feel like one in this uniform, and you're still avoiding the question. I don't have to be a detective to see the looks between you two. In fact, I'd have to be blind not to see them." Al scratched at her cheek. If Nicole had noticed, then perhaps she hadn't imagined it. But then why did he ask Jones to take them? "I don't know what's going on with us. I thought there were times when he looked at me that maybe he'd realized we'd made a mistake and wanted a second shot. But then he went with Mila, and I'm pretty sure there's something going on with them, or was at one time at least." Nicole chuckled and shook her head. "I don't think you have to worry about Mila." "Oh yeah? Why not?" "Because Grant loves his job back in Fire Beach. I can't imagine him leaving it to come work here. He did before. He never even told me he'd been stationed here, or that he worked for Homeland Security." Al could tell from the shocked expression that flitted across Nicole's face that she hadn't known this information either. But as quickly as it morphed her face, it was gone, and she shook her head. "Look, I don't know why he didn't tell you about that stuff, but I don't think he went with Mila because something is going on between them. I don't know Grant as well as you, but even I know that he's stubborn, and once he gets started on a case, he has to see it through to the end. I think that's why he wanted to sit in on the questioning." "Maybe you're right, but it doesn't matter anyway. We didn't make it the first time for a reason. I doubt it would be different this time. So let's talk about something else. Anything else." "Can we talk about food?" Nicole asked with a smile. "I'm starving." Al laughed and pulled her sister in for a hug. Nicole might drive her crazy sometimes, but she was still glad that her sister was back in her life, and she vowed never to let a stupid disagreement keep them apart ever again. Chapter 24. Grant. Grant knew that his request had confused and probably hurt Al, but he also knew that he had to be there for the questioning. He had to be with this case to the end. And it wasn't that he suspected Mila would try to hide anything, but if he was honest, he didn't fully trust anyone but himself. And since this case involved Al and Nicole's safety, he had to make sure it was done right. He could apologize to Al later when they finally had their talk. The talk where he would tell her about the rest of his past and also how he wanted her in his future. Hopefully, she would still feel the same when he was done. "You know she's going to have questions when all this is over, right?" Mila asked. breaking into his thoughts as she paused outside the holding room door.
Yeah, I know. When did you know?
Mila lifted an eyebrow. That you had feelings for her? When you showed up here. I knew it had to be important if you would come back here, to me, but when you walked in, it was written all over your face.
I'm sorry. I probably should have told you.
Guilt pricked Grant's conscience. He hadn't been trying to hide anything, at least not really. He'd just been hoping his past would never resurface, but it had. Yes, you probably should have, but I understand why you didn't. I assume, though, that you're not still together, so what happened? Grant sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He didn't really want to be having this conversation right now.
Shouldn't we get started taking statements?
Mila blinked at him. We will, but this is important too. Grant knew she would not let this go until he told her. She was like a tenacious bulldog with a bone in that way.
I was going to propose, but she didn't want to quit the force.
And you wanted her to? Why? She seems like a good cop.
You know why.
Because of what happened to me? Grant, that was nobody's fault.
It was the job's fault, Mila. If you hadn't still been on the job, if you hadn't been on the case that day.
There's no guarantee things would have turned out differently, Grant. We both lost a piece of ourselves that day, but you can't let that keep you from finding happiness. Faith over fear, remember? You don't have to erase him from your mind, but you do have to keep living. That's what he would have wanted, and that's what I want for you. She placed a hand on his arm. So, do me a favor. When this case is over, you tell that woman you still love her, and that you want to marry her even if she wants to continue working cases. And then you put your faith in God and let Him be Lord of your life. Grant stared at her for a moment before shaking his head.
When did you get so philosophical on me?
When I met my new husband. He's a minister, she said with a smile.
Your new what?
Grant blinked as he tried to process what she'd just told him.
I'm sorry. I just assumed since your last name...
She waved a hand to stop his stumbling. Paul and I decided that since I'd already made a name for myself as Esperanza here, that I would keep it at work. Everywhere else, though, I'm Mila Lamont.
Wow, I had no idea. Congratulations. I'm happy for you.
Mila laughed and placed her hand on the door handle. And I will be happy for you, but let's finish this up first. With a nod, Grant followed her into the room. Misty glanced up at them as they entered. Thank goodness. I was wondering if we were ever going to be allowed to leave. I'm sorry we've kept you waiting, Miss Ramirez, but we just have a few questions for you before we release you. Misty sat back in her chair and folded her arms across her chest. Questions? Like you think I was involved in this?
Were you?
Grant asked as he pulled out a chair and sat down across from her. Mila sat down next to him. Misty glared at him before looking back to Mila. Do I need a lawyer? Not if you're innocent. We're just trying to get all the facts, Miss Ramirez, and get as many of the people involved as we can off the streets so no one else gets hurt. You understand, don't you? Misty's frostiness began to thaw as the silence drew out. No, I was not involved in this. Look, I may have come on this mission for selfish reasons, but it was not to kidnap these women and turn them over to traffickers. What can you tell us about the other women? Misty shrugged. Not much, I guess. I met Maritza a few months ago after my boyfriend and I broke up. She seemed nice, helped me get involved in the church. When she offered me a chance to go on this trip, I figured, why not? It would get me out of Fire Beach for a while, and I'm not against helping people out.
What about the other women? Grant asked. Gail or Shyla?
Gail is pretty quiet. She came after her family was killed. I thought she was just looking for a home, something to hold on to with everything else gone. But she told us she actually came to turn people from God. She's hurting, but I don't think she'd do this either.
And Shyla? Why did it feel like pulling teeth with Misty?
Misty mashed her lips together and leaned forward. I don't know. She always seemed nice, but she came from the streets, you know? Maybe that messed her up, but I can't see her wanting to go back to that life or bring other women into it. Maybe it wasn't even one of us. Maybe it was someone at the mission here, like that Brita woman said. Or maybe it was just bad luck. I seem to have a lot of that lately. Grant chewed on the inside of his lip. Could she be right? Could it be just bad luck and Manuel's involvement? He supposed it was possible, but it didn't sit right with him. It just felt like there was something more. Okay, how about the men who took you? Mila asked. Obviously deciding Misty held no more information about the previous topic. Do you know how many? Can you describe them? Were there any women there? As Misty shared what she knew, Grant compared it with what Nicole had told him. The stories aligned, leading him to believe that Misty was telling the truth. When Mila was finished with the questions, she tapped a button on her phone, and a moment later the door opened. One of the men stood with Shyla in the doorway. He motioned for Misty to join him and for Shyla to go inside. Thank you, Miss Ramirez. We'll give you some time to rest and decide if you want to stay and finish your trip or simply head back home. Misty nodded, and the door closed behind her. Shyla stood demurely inside the doorway, as if waiting for instructions. For the first time, Grant took a good look at her. She was modestly dressed, which didn't fit with someone who worked the streets. But if she'd given it up, then perhaps it made sense. Her demeanor was meek, which did fit the stereotype of someone who had been broken and controlled. Miss Marone, could you take a seat, please? Mila motioned to the empty chair. Am I in trouble? Shyla asked with wide eyes. We just have a few questions for you, that's all. Right. Shyla shuffled to the chair and took a seat. But as if she didn't know what to do with her hands, they moved from her lap to the table and back again. So what brought you to the church? Mila asked. Shyla shrugged and nibbled her lip. Her finger began to tap on the table. Oh, you know, I was looking for guidance or something, having just gotten off the streets.
How did you afford the trip? Grant asked.
What? She stopped tapping and blinked at him. What do you mean?
The mission trip. I've never been on one myself, but I've seen them advertised in church on occasion. It's usually a few $100s at least. Had you saved some money?
Shyla's hand stole to her lips, and she began chewing on a fingernail. Yeah, the night I decided to leave, I took all the money with me. That was enough to get me to Fire Beach, and then I started working odd jobs. Grant leaned back in his chair as he regarded Shyla. She was saying all the right words, but her body language betrayed her nerves. Was it just because they were cops? He had no doubt she'd had her share of run-ins with them due to her previous profession. But was that all it was? Or was there more? Shyla, you do realize that if you don't tell us the truth, you can be charged with obstruction of justice, right? Shyla nodded, but the color had drained from her face as she looked at Mila.
And since this involves the U.S. and Panama, this is a federal case, meaning you could be charged with a felony, Grant added.
Shyla chewed harder on her nail as she glanced from Grant to Mila and back. It was clear she was not only hiding something, but weighing her options. If I tell you, do you have to send me back? Grant exchanged a look with Mila before she turned back to Shyla. That depends on what you have to tell us. I didn't want to, Shyla said. He told me if I didn't, then he would never let me go. I couldn't go back. I just couldn't. Please, you have to understand. Mila reached across the table and grabbed Shyla's free hand. Tell us what happened, Shyla, and we'll do everything we can to help you. Shyla sniffed and took a deep breath. I dropped out of high school when I was 16 and ended up on the streets. A man by the name of Richard Mendez took me in and said he would take care of me. I didn't know it meant working for him, and by the time I realized it, it was too late. They threatened to kill my family if I left. After a few years, I knew I had to take a chance or I'd die anyway. I ran to Fire Beach, but somehow he found me. He told me that I could buy my life back if I could deliver some girls. Evidently, he had a client who wanted unused girls. She formed air quotes around the last two words and shook her head in disgust. That's what he called them. Shyla paused and took a deep breath before continuing. When I heard about the mission trip, I figured that would be the easiest way. But why go yourself? Mila asked. It wasn't my choice. Richard said I needed to go to make sure nothing went wrong. He paid for the trip, but they were supposed to let me go when I arrived. Now, I'm not sure that was ever really the plan. I think he planned to drag me back into the life. I'm so sorry. I feel so stupid. She dropped her face into her hands and began to sob. Shyla, we'll be right back, Mila said, pushing back her chair and motioning for Grant to follow her. When the door closed behind them, she turned to him. Can you relay this information to the rest of the team? I'd like to stay with her and see what else I can get, but we need to start looking for this Richard Mendez now. Have your team back home jump on it too. Grant nodded. He could stay and argue with her, but now that he had a name, he wanted to be on this side, finding out what he could. He also knew he needed to chat with Al. He nodded at Mila before heading back to the main room and seeking out Carbone. For some reason, he trusted him more than any of the others.
Carbone, have we found anything else about the members of the cartel?
Carbone glanced up at him.
Not a lot, sir. I still have no addresses, but I was able to identify one of the deceased as one of the men on Mari's phone. I'm still looking into the other man. There was one interesting thing, though. Evidently, Ramon has a brother, but it doesn't appear that he lives in Panama. No, I have a feeling he lives in America. Thank you, Carbone. Keep looking.
As he stepped away from Carbone, Grant pulled out his phone and dialed his office back home.
Anson,
he said when the analyst answered.
I need you to look into a Richard Mendez for me. I'll be sending over a picture soon.
He sent off a text message to Mila, asking her to send Shyla to a sketch artist when she was done. Then he headed toward the rest quarters to find Al. Chapter 25. Al. Al glanced over at Nicole, who rested peacefully on the cot, catching up on some much-needed sleep. Perhaps this would be a good time to find Grant. She stood and walked quietly to the door. Surprise flooded her as she pulled it open to find Grant on the other side. He offered a small smile and a shrug.
I was hoping we could talk.
I'd like that, but not here. Nicole's sleeping. Is there somewhere else we can go? Grant nodded and led the way to a small office down the hall.
This is a conference room, but I'm sure Mila won't mind if we use it.
There was that name again. Though she wasn't sure brutal honesty was the best option, it was all that came to mind at the moment. Is there something going on between you and Mila? Grant sighed and took a seat, motioning for Al to do the same.
I should have told you from the beginning, Al, but I just thought it was in the past, and there was no reason to bring it up. Mila and I were together. In fact, we were married.
Married? Al's mouth fell open, but she could form no words.
We aren't anymore, obviously, Grant continued. Not long after we were married, we found out she was pregnant. She wasn't leading the team then, but she was actively involved. I begged her to ask for desk duty. You know how dangerous being a cop can be. But she refused. She was sent out on a mission to pick up some people smuggling migrant workers, and she got beat up pretty badly. She lost the baby, and we lost each other after that.
Suddenly, his irrational request for her to quit the force made sense. That's why you don't want to marry a cop again. Grant nodded and reached for her hand.
When we divorced, I left Homeland Security and took the job in Fire Beach. I didn't think I'd ever find love again, and then I found you. But I couldn't go through the pain of losing a child again. I'm sorry I gave you an ultimatum. That wasn't fair of me. I should have explained why.
Yeah, you should have. But I understand. I can't imagine the thought of losing a child. The thought of losing her sister had nearly killed her. How much worse would losing a child be? She squeezed his hand and smiled up at him. So, what do we do now?
Well, I'd like to try again. Almost losing you reminded me how much I love you.
Al's heart jumped in her chest at his admission until reality came crashing back in. I love you too, Grant, but I'm still planning to be a detective. My journey isn't over yet. Grant smiled, stood, and pulled Al to her feet beside him.
That's okay, because Mila also reminded me of the importance of choosing faith over fear and letting God remain in control.
She did, huh? Grant wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her closer.
She did, and she told me that I would be the stupidest man alive if I let you go.
Well, she's a very smart woman, Al said, wrapping her arms around Grant's neck.
Yes, she is, but not as smart as you. So what do you think? Can we give this another shot?
I can only think of one thing I'd rather do more, Al said, biting back a smile. Grant cocked an eyebrow in question.
What's that?
Go home. Grant chuckled, and then lowered his face so that his lips tickled her ears.
I think we can make that happen, he whispered,
before turning his head and sealing his lips against hers. Al relished the warmth that enveloped her, and while she wished she could stay in his arms forever, she knew there was still work to be done. Reluctantly, she pulled back. As much as I'd like to keep doing this forever, we need to finish our work here and get home.
Actually, I think our work here is done. Shyla confessed to being the leak about the mission trip. I'm sure she'll have to serve some time for her involvement, but we have a name to follow up with back home. It won't solve the whole problem, but hopefully it will get more of them off the streets.
One day at a time is all we can do, Al said, but we'll keep working. She paused and took a deep breath. I don't know if she's still interested after this adventure, but I think Nicole could be a valuable asset in this fight. Grant smiled and tucked a strand of hair behind her ears.
I was thinking the same thing. If she wants to, I'll put in a good word for her at the academy, and I'll find a place for her when she graduates.
Let's go ask her and find out what else we have to do to go home. I can't thank you enough for all your help, Al said to Mila as the group packed up to head to the airport. Shyla had to stay, but the rest of the girls had been released and were anxious to get home. Mila had set them up with new passport photos and a call to the authorities to apprise them of the events. I could say the same for you. I'm sorry we haven't found their belongings yet, but we'll keep looking. We still have a mole at large, and I'm hoping he'll sing if we can catch him. Plus, we've got monitors on Manuel and his family, as well as Anita's uncle. If anyone tries to make contact, we'll be able to bring them in. Al remembered her promise to Anita's uncle. If you find Anita, will you try to save her? Of course, we try to save all we can, Mila said with a nod.
You've done great things with this team,
Grant said, stepping close to Mila.
I always knew you could.
Mila smiled and placed a hand on Grant's arm, but Al no longer felt any jealousy. She knew that Grant's affection lay with her, and she owed Mila thanks for sending Grant back to her. Don't be such a stranger anymore. I know you don't have time to get over here very often, but you do have a phone. Grant chuckled and wrapped his arm around Al's shoulder.
That I do, and I promise we'll stay in touch if you will.
It's a deal. Now let's get you home. Hugs and handshakes were shared all around before the group loaded up into a station van to head to the airport. Is it okay if I say that I never want to be in a van again after this? Nicole asked as the van pulled out of the parking lot. The group laughed, but Al was fairly certain they all felt the same way. Epilogue. Grant. 2 weeks later. Grant touched the box in his pocket as he approached Al's door. He knew many people would think it was too early to propose, but he also knew after what they'd just been through that he wanted Al in his life forever, and he didn't see the need to wait. Biting back a smile, he rang the doorbell and listened for the sound of approaching footsteps. The door swung open, and his smile grew. Even in her lounge pants and oversized shirt, Al looked beautiful.
"I've brought dinner,"
he said, holding up the pizza he'd picked up on his way over. They had shared dinner every night for the last 2 weeks, and while they'd taken turns cooking, tonight he didn't want either one of them to have to slave over a stove. "Thank goodness. I'm starving, but it better have my pineapples on it." Grant wrinkled his nose and shook his head.
"Sorry, I just couldn't do it. Fruit on pizza isn't right."
She folded her arms across her chest, blocking his entrance. "Hey, I won the bet fair and square. You said I got to pick." Knowing that Anson and her sister Nicole had become close, he and Al had made a friendly wager on how long it would take the two to start officially dating. Al had won, although Grant was pretty sure she had cheated in some way.
"Relax, firecracker. It's got pineapples."
She smiled at his nickname for her and leaned up to place a kiss on his cheek before stepping back to allow him entrance to the house. "Good. I thought I was going to have to fight you over it." Grant placed the pizza box on the table inside the door and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close.
"I'd let you fight me any day, as long as it meant you stayed close to me."
She had just enough time to roll her eyes before he pulled her in for a proper kiss. "Okay, Romeo, the pizza is going to get cold if we don't eat it soon," she said, placing a hand on his chest to give them some distance when the kiss ended. He wanted to argue with her, to pull her back to him and kiss her some more, but he knew there would be time for that later.
"Yes, ma'am. Whatever you say."
He picked up the box and carried it into the kitchen while Al grabbed plates and drinks. "How was work today?" Al asked as they sat down at the table. He knew she was asking not out of curiosity, but out of the need to live vicariously through him. She had taken the last 2 weeks off to recuperate from her wound, not by choice, but by order of Captain Stone and Jordan, and she was going stir-crazy. Not that Grant could blame her. He'd taken the first week off with her as well, but not only had he been itching to get back to work, he had also wanted to save some of his vacation time for the honeymoon he had planned.
"It was uneventful, except that Mila called. Evidently they found Martin Domingo, and he ratted out Ramon and Anita. There are still other members in play, but she was glad to round up the few they could."
"That is good," Al said, as she placed a slice of pizza on her plate. "I hope they're able to get Anita some help."
"Me too."
Though Grant knew rehabilitation didn't work in every situation, he had hope that Anita could be saved. After grabbing his own slice, the two prayed and then began eating. Grant marveled at how different his life was now from just a few weeks ago. Before the trip to Panama, he'd been lonely and perhaps a little miserable. And while he wouldn't wish the ordeal on anyone, he was glad that it had brought him and Al together again. Now, if he could just find the perfect time to propose.
"How was your day?"
he asked, sending the question back to her. "Oh, peachy," she said, sarcasm dripping from her words. "I cleaned everything, again, and reorganized the pantry. If I don't go back to work soon, I might have to take up knitting or something." Grant chuckled at the thought. Al taking up knitting was about as likely as the sun not rising one day.
"You always were a workaholic. Don't worry, you'll be back on the job before you know it."
As if fate had heard his comment, Al's phone rang. She pulled it out of her pocket, frowning at the screen.
"What is it?"
Grant asked. "I have no idea. I don't recognize the number." Al tapped the answer button and held the phone to her ear. "Hello? This is Detective Parker." Grant watched Al's expression, hoping it wasn't something that was going to interrupt their dinner or his plans for after. "Ivy? Slow down."
Ivy? The paramedic? Grant didn't know her well, but from everything he'd heard, Ivy was generally all smiles, with an easygoing nature. What on earth could have her so wound up, and why was she calling Al? From the confused expression on Al's face, he knew she was thinking the same thing.
"Okay, calm down, Ivy, and tell me what happened."
There was another pause as Ivy spoke again. Grant couldn't make out her words, but he could hear the frantic energy in her tone.
"Did you try Jordan?"
Al glanced at him, and he could see the apology in her eyes.
"No, I understand. I'll be right there."
She ended the call and sighed as she glanced at the uneaten pizza on her plate.
"I guess dinner will have to wait. Duty calls."
"We can eat on the way," Grant said, adding another slice to each of their plates and trying to swallow his disappointment. "What's going on?"
"That was Ivy. She said she and Luca found a baby. They're taking her to the hospital to get checked out, but she suspects foul play. I'm sorry about dinner."
She grabbed her plate and gave him a quick kiss before heading for the door.
"I promise I will make it up to you."
He followed, grabbing his coat and keys as well. "I'm going to hold you to that."
"I figured you would," she said with a smile, "and I can't wait."
Grant sighed and followed her out of the house, pulling the door closed behind him. It was not the night he had been hoping for, but this was what he loved about Al. She was willing to stop everything and help those around her. Besides, they would have their moment. He touched the box that still burned in his pocket. He would make sure of it. The end. Want to find out about Ivy and the mysterious baby? Be sure to pre-order Safe in My Arms today. This has been Rescue My Heart, a Christian romantic suspense, written by Lorana Hoopes, copyright 2021, narrated by Lorana Hoopes, audio copyright 2021.